There we go. Like, don't have an issue again? No, we're back. We're ready to punch things to life. Oh, right, sorry. So it's been... You know, I'm not actually sure how long it was. I could probably try to extrapolate if I took some numbers down and figured it out, but let's just say it's been over a year. Put the game down, walked away from it. There's a bunny girl now in glasses. All of these things have happened in my absence. So I'm like, where was I? However, it's me. So I'm like, oh, right. I was doing this stupid quest. Now, wasn't exactly the best way to start the mentality, I'll admit it, but that was exactly where I was. I'm pretty sure it was about a year and a half, if I were to put a number on it. Somewhere in that range. So we start the next quest. Although we perform the rites for most of the scions, there's one whom we cannot accept. We would like you to return this one to her people, the sylphs of Little Solace. It is only proper that she be given into the care of her friends and family, so they may mourn her in accordance with sylphic traditions. Right before we take care of the poor sylph. What are those boots? Oh, that's what I'm looking at. Okay, those are cool looking. Alright, so, yeah. Where did this come from? Back into the shroud. Hi, NTC. Hello, Ross. Hello, Narakxia. I refuse to not die. It's against my religion to not die. The religion of you two. We all know that YouTube mandates not just suicides, but sacrifices. The YouTube gods demand sacrifices, which is why I don't give them. Anyways. Hey. So... Narakxia, but this one does not understand. Yeah. Muxio, this one has heard much wailing. This one would know what has caused such distress. Terrible news, Elder One. Awful news. Walking One has returned to Little Solace. But why? These ones have not requested further aid. Narakxia, how did this happen? Explain everything to this one, at once! Explain. Not only Narakxia, but many of Walking One's friends were lost as well. Narakxia went to Thanalan at the behest of this one. Walking One was with Narakxia at the end. Tell this one Narakxia was brave. Tell this one Narakxia did not suffer. Well, as Narakxia was dying, gouging her eyes out, because the mind worms were... Wait, wrong game. Wrong game, sorry. Narakxia was legit. This one is glad to hear Walking One's words. Thank you for bringing Narakxia home, Walking One. This one also wishes to thank Praying Ones. Tell Praying Ones these ones will remember this kindness. This one demands vengeance! Imperial Ones must pay. Imperial Ones must suffer. When time comes for Walking Ones to face Imperial Ones, do not forget these ones. These ones would not have Narakxia's death be for naught. These ones will fight. Yeah. And hello. Who we got here today? Robostal, Rex, Magister, whoa. Hazardous, and Valerian, and Von Falkenstein. What's up? We thank you for your service to the Church and to the Sylphs. You may be pleased to know that in your absence we interred the remaining scions in the Lich Yard. Perhaps you wish to do more for your friends. Well, I do, but Frostborn's behind me, and that's like a 5 foot... You know, it'd take forever to get back there. Well. That's... God, surely that's rotten by now. Right? Right, okay, whatever. Hi, Marquis. Not imagining it, Laura. I know I'm being watched. They're after me. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Whatever you're on about, priest, dude. I'm pretty sure no one has any reason to watch you, of all people. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to show off the other day. Remember when it was super foggy? I said this earlier. Well, that's what I was going to show off. It's a giant chunk of, well, ether. Whoops, went too far. We've actually talked about this before, because what this is we showed off a chunk over at the lake, I believe. Excuse me. This is, well, let's just say that the scars of Bahamut are still here. And let's just leave it at that. Yeah, we will literally be going there later. It's actually over here. See? If for some reason a giant planet-destroying dragon causes some side effects, who knew? You gotta be kidding me. Hand, let me get on my flying mount to get around this fence. There we go. Alright, let's just sit here and do this thing. Okay. Oh my god, it's an Imperial! When will I stream Alpha Centauri? Today! So this actually is Alpha Centauri. We're playing as Miriam Godwinson, obviously. You were attacked, weren't you? Are you unharmed? Oh, thank the gods. That's what I'm here for, Pillow Willow. Even though you changed your name. I knew it. He was watching me, but why was he watching me? What did he want with me? Did he perhaps know something of my past? I need to think. Okay. Heavens fortend, such a thing should happen on holy ground. Do you have any idea who this man was? You notice anything distinctive about him? He was clearly a Garlean. With a Garlean weapon. Make haste to Drybone. We must summon the immortal flames at once. Okay. Oh no. It's the villain of the game.
I fondly hoped that I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate. At ease, adventurer. I come not on behalf of the Empire. On the contrary, I mean to revive the scions of the Seventh Dawn. And to that end... I have come in search of a legend. The greatest engineer of our time, Master Cid Garland. I have come for you.
I fear you are mistaken, child. He is but a poor soul who bore witness to the horrors at Cartano. I beg of you, leave us in peace.
Wait, Hear me, Cid. Eorzea needs you.
I love it. Every JRPG ever always portrays memory loss as a headache. You ever notice that? They all do it.
Cid, was it? Here. These belong to you. I thought you bore the mark of greatness. It seems that I was right.
No, that's just the third eye.
Our time together was all too brief, but it felt as though my son had returned to me. you have brought joy to an old man's life. But it is time for you to help those who truly need you.
Yeah, but recovery from amnesia shouldn't be like, oh, my head! I remember everything. Wait, yes, I remember. My name is Galuf.
Who are you? Alfino Leveilleur, at your service. As a scion of the Seventh Dawn, I stand against our primal and imperial foes, as my grandfather once did. 'Tis no secret what befell our order at the Waking Sands. Word has already spread across Eorzea. The repercussions are far greater than you realize. In the wake of the calamity, the 3 city-states focused their efforts solely on reconstruction, leaving the scions to combat the primal threat unaided. And lo, we are all but destroyed. Yet even as the nations mourn our demise and abandon what little hope they have left, we cannot forsake our duty, now least of all. The Ixal have summoned Garuda once more, and she torments the people of Coerthas as we speak. Her appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals.
If you're paying attention, that is the 5th time now they've emphasized that Garuda is the worst of the primals. Just interesting to think about how they've built her up for quite some time. Sorry, I'm double-checking something really quick here. Yep, looks like Stone Vigil will be our next dungeon. Not for a bit, though. We've got some range before we get there.
Worse, in her present incarnation, our Baldessian colleagues believe she surpasses both Ifrit and Titan in strength. Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Were we somehow to defeat Garuda, it would serve as a warning to the other beast tribes that even their mightiest gods can be felled. If we are to face our foe, we must first circumvent the tempest that shields her sanctuary. And for that, we need an airship. Your airship, Cid.
I have an airship?
Well, I mean, you have an ironworks, which develops airships.
Yes, Cid, you do. Your very own airship.
Garuda is probably the... So, actually, Titan is the first boss, is the first wake-up call boss in the entire game. That being said, Garuda is intended to be the first wake-up call. The only reason Titan is because he's badly designed.
It was last seen in the skies over Gridania, not long before the calamity. So let us begin our search there.
An airship? My airship? Oh, wait.
Come, let us put an end to the primals. Together, we will show the world that the scions are still a force to be reckoned with.
Okay. That sounds very inspiring. That sounds like, you know, a rejoinder to power, right?
They need my airship. They need me.
Sorry, I was counting. It is 39 quests. until we hit Garuda. The thing that he was just like, let's go fight Garuda in 39 quests. With a dungeon in between. Whilst you were catering to the company of buffoons every whim, I swear to God, game, I was gathering information on our feathered foe. As a result, I was not present when the Garleans came. I suppose we should be grateful for our good fortune, though it matters little should Garuda grow powerful enough to bring Eorzea to heel. The Enterprise. I've heard that name. Yes, yes, I'm seeing James Kirk. Oh, sorry. What a curious twist of fate that Master Sid Garland would at last be found within our church. It defies imagination. I beg your pardon. Used to find his airship? Well, there's a tale known as the Final Flight of the Enterprise, which grew popular in the wake of the calamity, much like the Great Gubu Wall of Ulda. By the way, that actually happened. There was a group of players who all got on their mounts, which were Gubus, and they all lined up and made a nice big wall around Ulda to prevent the Cataclysm from destroying it. No, really, you can look it up. It states that the Enterprise flew northwest from Gridania towards Coerthas. Which I forgot how pronounced. If true, the airship would have passed through North Shroud, most likely over Falgard Float, the closest sediment to Coerthas. Maybe the Serpents stationed there have records. Okay. To the records. Yeah, I just pointed that out because I think it's kind of cool that they canonized that. Let me go ahead and say, even back in ARR, there's something that did catch me about FF14, and it caught me enough that I kept my eye on it ever since. The dev team. As we mentioned before, Valvedrix actually straight up asked this question directly. The dev team and how awesome they are does not matter for the sake of the review. But for the sake of the lore run, it needs to be mentioned. I'm going to sound boring here for just a second. I know, as opposed to all the other times I sound boring. When you really examine large-scale phenomenon, you start to see patterns. Like, it's easy to say, oh, you should just do this, because this would have this effect. But when you zoom the camera out, and then again, you start to see how certain things have unintended effects or side effects. I'll use an economics example because it's me, and I can just do that right off the top of my head. If you were to do a thing where you prevent people from being capable of loaning out money to other people, preventing usury, what you would do is you would prevent people from having capital that they otherwise cannot procure in order to try innovation or invention. In other words, I could never buy a car or a house or start a business or whatever because I would never be able to save up enough to do that in time to make it worthwhile. Now, you might think, well, that's a weird example. What's the downside of loaning? Well, the answer is obvious. The rich get richer. The very nature of how investments work means that, generally speaking, the people who have the money to invest reap the rewards of investment, right? But you see my point, though. Just getting rid of that doesn't fix the problem, per se. All it does is create new problems. My reason for bringing all of this up is that when you really zoom the camera out on something like an MMO, when you're looking at the developers and the way they design things, and the way they construct things, and blah, 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 blah. All the many interlocking systems that all have a knock-on effect on each other when it comes to an MMO. It is very clear to me that the... yeah, he plays a Lullafell. And a Black Mage, because he's insane. The developers who actually play Final Fantasy XIV, who actually put the time and effort and work into making it the game that it is, are at least a portion of why the community of FF14 is the way it is. There's some jerks and there's some idiots, and you can't avoid that. So let's go ahead and compare it to the obvious counterexample. WoW. Now, the argument could be leveled very fairly, in fact, that WoW doesn't really do anything to encourage its players to be a toxic mess, and that reputation is overblown. But the thing is, again, if you zoom the camera out enough, you start to see how certain things have knock-on effects that you wouldn't have otherwise predicted. And a lot of what WoW has done, most notably in the last several years, has very definitely been pushing a certain type of audience and a certain type of mentality. By contrast, so let me give you one, just one example of all of the many distinctions between how the WoW dev team has been for the last few years dealing with things versus how the FF14 dev team. Back in the day, the WoW dev team had entire communities of people whose job it was to reach out to the boards and the forums and the Reddit threads and respond to people, respond to players. And there's a whole lot of disagreement on how that works out, and there's a whole lot of noise that they had to deal with. But the point is, the devs made a regular, repeated effort to reach out to the players and understand their perspective on things, and try to at least gauge in a general sense how people felt about things. They stopped doing that after Legion. Actually, during Legion, if you want to get technical, but, you know. This Friday, Yoshi P and the dev team, I don't know actually who's going to be there, are doing one of the live letters from the producers. Just reaching out to the audience and talking about what's going on with the game, plans they have for the next 10 years, and just keeping people on board with that. You can also send questions in to these things, and they will respond to questions. Obviously, there's not a guarantee they'll get yours. They get thousands of questions. But they take questions, and they answer them, and they bother to reach out to the community. So while this isn't part of the review, it is absolutely part of the lore run, and it absolutely needs to be taken into account, that completely difference in mentality. Oh yeah, never mind the fact that, you know, these developers are Japanese, so... I don't mean to put Chris Metzen up on a pedestal. However, I can say with total certainty that the exact moment BlizzCons started getting bad was the exact moment Chris Metzen stopped attending them as the main presenter. And it's not because he's awesome or whatever. I mean, it kind of is. It's because Chris Metzen gave a damn. And you can tell. He got up there and was just like, yeah, let's talk about stuff. Here's what we got going on. And even... yeah, you know, giving a damn. I've said this for so many years. I've said this since the 90s. Giving a damn about the quality of your work has a tangible effect on the work. I have said that for years, and the older I've gotten, the more evidence I've gotten in favor of that. The point being, for all the negatives, and I have just flung negatives at this game, please understand that even when this was new, even when ARR was new, and I was going through this and slogging through this, there was a port of it that still caught my eye. And that's why I kept an eye on it, even then. It's like, this is not bad. This could go somewhere. And I called it, as I always do. So, he's looking, we're looking, for the path of the Enterprise. Fun thing. I actually kind of forgot about this at some point. I forget when. I have a tendency to mentally associate Coerthas here with Heavensward for obvious reasons. But no, this is actually an ARR zone. In fact, that's the Stone Vigil right there, I think, or that one or that one. There's actually 4 dungeons here, by the way. Check that out. You see that? Anyways, moving on. Point being, is that the Soken thing, Rax? Yeah. Oh yeah, Coerthas. So I should mention, since this is a pseudo-lore run, Coerthas didn't used to be frozen. This is a direct consequence of the calamity. I mean, it was always a northernly kind of a thing, and it wasn't exactly hospitable, but it wasn't literally the snow area. I don't remember where they actually go into that, but they do mention at some point during the course of these quests. Yeah, exactly, casual. Anyways, whatever. On with the quests. We have 39 quests to get through. We're totally not going to make it today, maybe. Sorry, can you repeat that? You wish to offer your services at the house Durandare? And what do you wish to receive in exchange? Oh, what absurd. As if we would permit an outsider to peruse the records of the Observatorium. Do not mistake our courtesy for friendliness. The holy see of Ishgard may allow foreigners to freely travel within these lands, but we do not intend to offer succor to strangers. We are assholes here in Ishgard. At least at first. Hello and have mercy. Are you still here? Yeah, by the way, this is our very first impression of Ishgard. I don't think this was actually done on purpose, as weird as that may sound. As I've said many times, it is my opinion that after the MSQQ, after Castrum Meridian or whatever, Meridianum, the Praetorium, more accurately. After the Praetorium, and when they started doing the patch quests, I've said many times, and I stand by this theory, that that's when they sat down and really started hammering out the skeleton of where the plot would go. The tone is different, the themes are different, the focus is different. I really feel like that's when they sat down and said, okay, we did it, we saved FF14, now we can think about the next few expansions, let's map out some stuff. I mentioned that because Heavensward is the Ishgardian expansion. Yeah, go ahead, Pillagers, now. And as a direct consequence, I kind of feel like the elitist dickhole nature of several of the Archguardians here wasn't quite the initial response they were intending to give, if that makes any sense. And instead, this was just like, oh yes, the Ishgardians, oh shoot, okay. My opinion. Anyways. Oh, right, I forgot to read that one. Hello and have mercy. Are you still here? You may take shelter within our walls if you must, but do not distract me while I'm on duty. We're stretched thin as it is. And where the hell is that knight I sent on patrol? He should have returned ages ago. Maybe I have a use for you after all. If you still wish to aid us, search the wilds to the west for my missing man. You will know him by his uniform, that of House Durandare, as is mine. You, look extraordinarily generic, sir. I don't like Heath, so I'm the wrong person to ask that, Mr. Red. So, you see what happened there? I only shut it off briefly. But, the event couldn't actually trigger properly because I was mounted. I had to dismount for them to actually spawn. If it wasn't for you, I reckon they would have finished me off. Despicable, dragon-loving bastards! Puh. Death was a mercy they didn't deserve. I prayed the rumors were mistaken, but this confirms the worst. I must immediately inform my superiors there are heretics operating in this region. Heretics, heretics, barely even human. I will point out that some of these quests do some good things very quickly and efficiently. Ishgardians, there's houses up here, which, you know, if you're paying attention, we don't really have that kind of nobility structure in most of the rest of the areas except Ulda. There's a whole thing about dragons and an eternal war. The actual name of this quest is The Unending War, and they mention heretics who are supporting dragons. That is a lot of info in just a very short period of time, so credit where credit is due. I must see, I didn't actually expect you to find my knight, much less rescue him. I may have been premature in my judgment, sir. But we are a proud people, beholden to tradition. Yeah, tell me about it. But that does not mean we're without humility. I shall instruct the astrologians to entertain your request. However, understand, it is ultimately their decision whether or not you may peruse their records. Pray proceed to the observatorium. Sure thing, let me turn into an astrologian really quick here. There we go. Excuse me, I am the highest level astrologian that exists. No, second floor, okay. I hate this tower, by the way. There's a few Ixal dailies that go through this tower, and I hate them. The only thing I don't dislike is you can mount in here, but at the same time, I hate the fact that you can mount in here, because it's a nightmare to navigate this place mounted. Here's the camera. Ah, the gentlemen come in search of an airship. This is highly unorthodox. Whatever could Sir Ludovoy? I can't do French. Be thinking. It is true we maintain meticulous records which bear back generations. However, because this information is used to chart Dravanian activity, access is strictly controlled. One can never be too careful with heretics and their sympathizers lurking about. Patui! If you would persist in your inquiries, pray seek an audience with Chief Astrologian Formo. I could probably explain a few things to that jackass. Up. A little more up. Up. Oh, God. Oh, God. There we go. Yep. A little disorienting, but that's okay. We got this. No, absolutely not. Have you any inkling what it is you ask? Were our records to fall into the wrong hands, it could change the course of a war which has raged for generations. I speak not of mere spat between southern nations. Ours is a holy crusade. We are the arbiters of Helon's will. We'll not put our nation at risk to help a foreigner locate an airship. Pardon the intrusion, Folomon. I wish to speak with you regarding the recent... Oh, I didn't realize you had a guest. Oh, Inquisitor! You honor us with your presence, sir. The gentleman was just leaving. Ah, you must be the one who rescued House Durandair's knights from those heretics. Doubtless they feel indebted to you. I am told you seek an airship, last seen in Coerthas 5 years ago, yes? Yeah, by the way, I'm barely joking. These people are based on French. You know, all of them are based on a real-life thing. So these are French, xenophobic, and fundamentalist. Also, they're militant while we're on the subject. Easily the most militant of the 4 city-states we've encountered so far. Yeah. You come to us at an inconvenient time, I fear. Well, much has changed in the intervening years, and little for the better. While I wish you best of luck in your search, I would also strongly advise caution. The snows come quickly in Coerthas. The one moment you feel safe, so you have a firm grasp on your surroundings, safe and secure in the knowledge, and the next, you find yourself wholly in an unfamiliar situation, blind to dangers hidden by blizzard. It would be wise to you to focus on a single landmark while traveling. Do not give in to temptation and deviate from your course. I was not aware. That's right. Blizzard hid Ishgard. That's why we didn't get Heaven's Word for so long. It all lines up. Yeah, hang on. Let me pull up my relic. I'm not going to explain what it is, because it's actually kind of a lore thing, but all I'm going to say is, look at it! Behold your new god! Here, I'm going to make you explode in a few seconds here. Enjoy that. Jackass. Actually, I'm just going to blind you. Hang on, where's... I can't just limit break 3, can I? Because if I could, I would blind you, sir. I would blind you so hard. Hang on, a few more seconds. It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. There it goes. There it goes. Enjoy being blind. You there. I could not help but overhear a conversation with Chief Astrologian. There may be a way I can assist you, but it would require you to perform me a favor in exchange. An associate of mine has yet to return from his expedition to the cliffs. Yeah, okay, I will go find him. Yeah, by the way, I haven't shown this off properly yet, because both areas I've shown this off at have been limited in scope. So let me make this very clear. Here, we'll go this way first. This is the area of effect for Earthly Star. This is awesome. Like, everything needs to be this big. I'm not even joking. Healing-wise. Actually, one of my biggest complaints since ARR, in fact, has been that heal's range has been too small. To explain a little bit, Rax, Mr. Red, do me a favor, don't move. So let's say there's a boss, like here, and he's like, oh, I'm beating up Rax because I'm a boss. And Mr. Red's over here dealing with some ads. If I am here-ish? Hang on, let's test it. Yep, if I am here, I am not healing Rax. You see how small the healing range is? Now, this means as a healer, my job generally tends to be being in the middle. Just being as close to the center of the groups as possible, so my heals can reach both people. I always appreciate it when DPSs and tanks understand that range limitation and try to kind of group up a little bit. Because what usually happens in pugs is people tend to just spread out all willy-nilly as much as possible, even when there's no mechanics that means that they should. This is true in every MMO, by the way. Literally every MMO I've ever played. There's this weird tendency, I think it's just basic human psychology. Let's say Bragwin and I are fighting a boss, and we're like this. 9 times out of 10, Bragwin will, without even thinking about it, just shuffle a little bit to the side. Or spread out like this a little bit, you know? Maybe over here. Because we don't want to be stacking. There's no detriment. There's actually no detriment to that. There is no collision. But 9 times out of 10, people will spread out, and spread out, and spread out, and spread out, until you have the problem where the healer can't heal everyone. There have been times where someone has died, because they're over there, and the rest of us over here, and I'm like, well, sucks to be you. I can't go over there, because there's a death field in between us. Now, One-Winged Angel likes that. That's because One-Winged Angel is the worst person in the known history of the unit. Am I doing it right? I'm trying to internet a little bit better. I do actually disagree with this, though, legitimately. I think that what I would do personally is I would probably make it so that the generic AoEs, which is this one and this one, have much bigger range. And then something like, say, this, keep that range, right? In other words, I would kind of shuffle it around so that the cooldown AoEs, the stuff that you're only supposed to use when you really need it, I would go ahead and keep that stuff, you know, more small. God, that's really bright. More small scale, but make it so that the filler AoEs, the blanket AoEs, when you're just trying to top up the raid after the fight and they're way over there, I would increase the range on those. My opinion. But take for that what it is. I should also probably mention that most of that complaint comes from the fact that most people don't know how to group up properly, so that's me trying to compensate for people who are making my job harder. Shrug. Make of that what it is. Oh, I should probably not be an astrologian anymore. Yeah, let's switch back to being a monk. There we go. What a relief to see someone other than God's damned Birdman. By the way, I think this is actually only the second time we've seen the Ixal. In story terms. I thought I could finish my work while the Ixal were away, but they returned far quicker than I anticipated. It was all I could do to hide and hope they might leave again before I froze to... Wait, who are you? You're not one of our knights! A man of House Durandar cannot be seen in the company of an unbeliever. Good day, sir! But I'm not... Okay. You're welcome. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived, muttering about the disgrace of having been rescued by an unbeliever. Okay. Next time when I find you out there, I'll throw you over the cliff. But you're eager to locate your airship. It may surprise you that by saving him, you've already aided your own cause. House Durandar is quick to regard outsiders with suspicion. What is my camera doing? Yet it is their duty to sound the alarm at the first sign of Dravanian aggression. Yet you have already aided them twice, for which they are honor-bound to repay you. Even so, they will not grant you access to the records. That is just as well, for there are other ways you might locate your missing ship. What I propose is you petition Lord Portelaine for an official introduction to the other high houses. The word of House Durandar carries tremendous weight in Ishgard. Should the captain consent, you would have little trouble obtaining information from the other high houses. AKA, this is an introduction to Ishgard quest, as every city-state has. Actually, this one involves, let's call them poofsters. I think that's a good word for these people. Hey, what's up? You've caused quite a stir! I didn't even knock over the bottles. First you slay 2 heretics and save a knight, and now I hear you have rescued a man of our house. I imagine you must desire something for your troubles. An introduction to the other high houses. I cannot deny you have given us no cause to distrust you, but while you've performed 2 acts, you have me endorse you to 3 high houses. It's only fitting that... Oh my god, my head's being twisted off! Not long ago, a porter bound for Skyfire Locks was ambushed, and yep, okay, yep, got it. Peace! Asshole. Oh no! No, not. That's okay. Come on. There you go. Really? I don't know, Von Falkenstein. It's weird. They just keep getting their arms ripped out. Hey, I killed him. So, here's your merchandise. 39. Saurian. Although we're a few in already. God's bless you, friend. It's all here. Every last... the chest over there looks like it might have been pillaged. Bloody hells. It's the personal property of Lord Francel, too. Are you certain? Clearly an attempt was made to open it, but the lock appears to have held. Nevertheless, if you wish to verify the contents against your shipping manifest, be my guest. Fury, take me a draconian rosary in the possession of Lord Francel! Yet, this is not so difficult to fathom. Horse Halient... I can't do French. Horse H... Yes, horse, they're now horses. Is whispered to be infested with heretics. Yes, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I shall inform the Inquisitors immediately. Under these circumstances, I must strongly advise against associating with house horses. Your other introductions will need to be postponed as well. It is the duty of every Ishgardian to root out and destroy the heretics. All else must wait until this matter is resolved. God, I hate you people so much. You. I'm just trying to find an airship. From 5 years ago. Lord Francel is no heretic. He's a goodly, righteous man, wholly dedicated to the cause. I know this because I served House Hylanot for years prior to the calamity. You must go to Skyfire Locks and warn him of the coming storm. The Inquisitors are ruthless and will spare him no mercy. Speak to him of an Edelweiss, and he will know you for a friend. Now go. Okay, you know what? I will help you out, dude. You're cool. Where's the evacuation ship? I've got one person for the evacuation ship so far. And no one else. Everyone else dies. Except for, like, you know, all the party members and Nanamo and Raban and probably the Admiral, honestly, and Haru and... Okay, it's actually going to be a really crowded ship, is what I'm trying to say. Yes? Yes, Edelweiss. I like how you can say the White Lily or the Wild Rose. I see Sir Carolaw has not forgotten my mother's favorite flower. A pity it has not been seen in Coerthas since the calamity. You may speak freely, friend. Yeah, so... It's absurd. I would sooner die than become a thrall of the dragons. Anybody who ever associates with the dragons is pure, unmitigated evil. Alas, it matters not what I say at this point. Although the draconian rosary was not found in my possession, it would still be considered by many to be proof of my heresy. I must do my utmost to prove my innocence to the Inquisitors, for if they harbor even the slightest doubt... this will only add weight to the incessant accusations our house has suffered as late. It's as though the gods themselves are plotting our fall. You risk much by coming here. It is only proper I recompense you for the deed. Tell me what you desire. I shall do best to provide. A missing airship? Let's see. It may require a prolonged effort. I shall direct you to one better person to assist you. Lord Hashenfon, I believe, of House Fortemps, commands the garrison at Camp Dragonhead. Present to him this letter of introduction. He will surely be receptive to your needs. Well, yeah, but that's actually unrelated, believe it or not, von Falkenstein. God damn it, Pillars of Snow. Just for that, I'm going to pronounce it wrong every single time, out of pure spite. God damn French. Hi, Dream Whisperer. You're awesome. Please don't hate me. I can't do French. I'm not even trying. I'm not even trying. Nope, we're done. We're done. Haushenfant. That's the name of this house from now on. Haushenfant. Gotta really drawl it out there. Hello, Haushenfant. What's up? I'm gonna come up with a different way to say it every time I see it. Damn right, Zed Slayer. Look, he's even got he's even got an aide over there called Curtino. You can tell they're evil. Ah, the unmistakable swagger of a well-traveled adventurer. If you are come to pay your respects, be at ease. I'm not one to stand on formality. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome many and more brave souls like yourself, but enough chatter. Pray tell why you've come. I was looking to get a new shield. If there's any justice in the world, these charges will receive no serious consideration. It is beyond inconceivable. Ah, yes. The letter made mention of a pressing matter for which you required assistance. What might that be? I need to know what that jar of pickled strawberries is doing on your desk. So this enterprise you speak of was last seen above Coerthas before the calamity 5 years ago. I fear it may prove difficult to find any eyewitnesses to these events, for while Ishgard did not participate in the Battle of Curtino, we were embroiled in our own internal conflicts at the time. Nevertheless, I'll make inquiries. Thank you. Let's go with Haru Shinfan. There we go. We're going to call you that from now on. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Camp Dragonhead. I will see that you are afforded every courtesy as a guest of House Fortemps. Seriously, look. There's just a jar of pickled. Maybe it's mushrooms. What are you eating? As you have doubtlessly realized by now, the high houses of Ishgard, House Fortemps included, are either unable or unwilling to offer you formal assistance in your search. Oh, God! Pillars of Snow! However, that does not mean there are not influential individuals within each house who are sympathetic to your cause. I shall be sending missives to their various representatives in Ishgard, though I suspect it would be quicker and more efficient if you were to make inquiries on your own. Lady Nin of mine own House Fortemps, who resides here in Camp Dragonhead, rather enjoys the company of travelers. There's also Cravelin of House and who can also be found at the Skyfire Locks, although any information you pry from the scribe may prove difficult to parse. Have you spoken with the chief astrologian of House Durandar yet? Uh-huh. Really? Uh-huh. Perhaps you'll be more accommodating once I inform him you are a friend of House Fortemps. Do not concern yourself with House Bob. I shall contact them myself. Seek the counsel of the three I mentioned, and return when I have finished. I actually love mushrooms too, in any format other than raw. raw mushrooms actually make me feel vaguely nauseous. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit. It's strange. But I love cooked mushrooms. And I have had pickled mushrooms. They're quite good. Or sautéed. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Hello, good sir. An airship? Well, I hate to disappoint you, but I know nothing of what you seek. Likely no one does, for if they did, I would know as well. The topic on everyone's lips these days is what will become of young Lord Francel. Some say the allegations are long overdue, given how many members of the house have been found guilty of heresy in recent days. Oh, I know, Maz. It's weird. Yeah, House Bob is actually the spiky house. I like how we've slowly been building up more and more lore about Bob and his spike fixation. Across so many different games, too. By the way, see this? This is House Bob's place. I'm just saying. Whoop, 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 whoop. You! Speak with me. How long grant me strength? There must be... Oh, hello! Are you a friend of Lord Heshorafanya? I wish to help you, I truly do, but these accusations of heresy thrown at House Bob into chaos. Right now we must focus on combating these charges and preserving our reputation. Right. I've been biting my tongue, but can you imagine a world in which a random and wild accusation with no basis in reality could just completely destroy your reputation, your job, career, and your life? Could you even imagine such an insane fictional scenario? I gather you have been busy since we last spoke. Lord Heshorafany's missive was positively glowing, but if you think his endorsement is cause for me to disregard Ishgardian policies, then you are sorely mistaken. We're at war, sir! The enemy grows bold. Okay, fine, I'll go end your war and come back. Jesus Christ, what do I gotta do for you? Why, in the short time since the Inquisitor Guillaume arrived in Coerthas, countless heretics have been discovered, even amongst the elites of Ishgardian society. Huh. If Lord Hishlalanan wishes to waste his days chasing after a long-lost airship, that is his choice. But if he expects others to share in his folly, he is truly blind to the present state of affairs. Hi, Zetzler. Or should I say, Lord... or Lady, excuse me, I guess. Lady Zetzler. Yeah, I know, even amongst the elites, they've been able to accuse people. Even amongst the... God, it's just... Are y'all stupid? Have you never politicsed before? I make fun. I actually do like this little story arc, I do. It's funny because I've already told you the story of how I quit. Part of why I ended up sticking with it all the way through Stormblood after coming back was because of this little section right here. I'm being a little bit facetious. There were other things that kept me going. Obviously, Heaven's Word has its own quality after all. But yeah, no, this whole section really kept me going pretty well. Then I hit Stormblood. Anyways, by your countenance, I take it you do not learn anything of use. Actually, I learned that your local Inquisitor is totally not evil. What? Yeah, see, I've played these things before, Hashirfont. They're called JRPGs, right? So if you hear the local populace talking about how everything got worse when the one local dude, maybe usually it's a chancellor, sometimes it's a king, in this case it's an inquisitor, they show up, and they're all talking about how evil they are and all that stuff, they're probably secretly a demon in disguise, so just point me to this dude, I'll, you know, and then we'll be able to sort this all out. Let's do it! No, listen, Ida's amazing. Alright, so... Nor did I fear. It seems the whole of Coerthas is consumed by this talk of heretics in the high houses. We can only hope my sources in Ishgard proper provide more pertinent information. Well, at least we have him to help make things better, right? Because he's awesome. As much as I am ragging on his name, he's legit. He's probably my... Hang on, let me think about this for just a second. I don't know. I'm not sure which one's my favorite, but he's definitely one of my top 3 characters in Heavensward. Or Ishgard, if you want to narrow it down like that. I had another personal request to make of you. It concerns Lord Francel, of whom there has been much whispered in recent days. I have received a report that he and 3 knights were heading north towards Steel Vigil. Oh, we might actually be doing our dungeon. Hang on, what is this? The outpost was long ago abandoned by... The outpost was long ago overrun by the Dravanian horde, so I'm not certain what he intends to accomplish with such a small force. Whatever his motives, I fear for his safety. Road to redemption. Down a little bit. Okay, no, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Stone Vigil's 41. We're still at 38. What? I don't think I've ever seen this before. Hi, Sid. I'm glad we left the observatorium. The people there were not friendly. Though even here I can feel eyes upon us. We are not safe. Yes. We came to find an airship and now we meddle in Ishgardian affairs of state. Gods, if Alizar were here, I'd never hear the end of it. But she would be conquering the entire world with her evil ways. Because she's evil. Where is this taking me? Oh, there it is. Yes, we are currently doing a level 38 quest right now. I can actually show you. Oh, it's right there. Oh my god, Francel, are you okay? There was a dragon. I swear I saw one. Well, I came here on a spaceship, Magister, so... But, oh my god! Stay back! You okay, Francel? Oh. Heard the beast cries from over yonder. Then Lord Francel is safe? Bless you, sir. Bless you. Yes, my Elizon is from the Dragon Star. Up you get. It's as though the fiends knew we were coming. Da-na-na-na. I don't remember what the other one is. Where are you? Ah. So, you might wonder what's going on here. See this? This is me trying to land. This happens when you're over terrain you're not supposed to be on. Which is weird, because I'm pretty sure I should be able to walk on this. So we're just gonna go over here. There we go. Found it all. How are we to redeem House Hilyanana if we cannot even slay a single Avis? We are fortunate you came along when you did, sir. House Slananano will remember your kindness. I think I just got stuck under it, because yeah, I can land now. You saw it, though. Here, I can demonstrate more easily, in the off chance you don't believe me. Here, check it out. So you're not supposed to be on these rocks over here at the edge of existence, so if you try to land here, it doesn't let you, it just kind of does this, see? It was a foolish thing to do, I know, but I had hoped we might demonstrate our devotion by slaying a number of the Scale Kin. Moreover, it was House Hlynhalalala which yielded the steel vigil to the Horde many years ago. One might say our defeat here heralded the slow decline of my house's once great name. We've been brought even lower by these despicable accusations of heresy. Despite my best efforts, I have done naught to improve the situation. The day of my trial approaches. Soon I must accept the judgment of the Inquisitors, whatever it may be. But even should my protestations fall on deaf ears, I shall proclaim my innocence to my dying breath. Meanwhile, Giga Pudding belongs to House Titan. Yes, now they're hosts. See, tell me this is not Bob's place. Check this. Look at this. Look at that. Anyway, sorry. You know what? I can't pronounce your name. I'm just going to call you Shield. What'd you find at the Steel Vigil? Ah, I see, a reckless plan, but at least it did not cost him and his knights their lives. I have news for you as well. A witness to the final flight of the Enterprise has been found. Alas, there is a complication. It has been common knowledge that you paid visit to Lord Francel at Skyfire Locks not long ago. Upon learning of this, the witness became understandably reticent to make your acquaintance for fear of being seen in the company of a man who might later be declared a heretic. A not unreasonable fear, given the zeal with which Inquisitor Evil has been conducting his investigations. In any case, if we wish to obtain his testimony, we must first clear Lord Francel's name, and by association, yours. Politics! I love it! I kind of wish I could punch through it, but I still love it. That'd be an awesome option, wasn't it? Just walk up to the Inquisitor. Hey, shh. I've killed gods. Okay? Chill. Alright. Now, where's this airship? Okay, sorry. Just seeing if they say anything different. Oh, that's terrifying. You say that, Loke, but actually that's totally how politics work in some settings. And also in real-life history, although that's more of a past thing than a present thing. Yeah, let me walk up to the religious fanatics. Yeah, I've killed gods. It's okay, those weren't real gods. I mean, they weren't, so that's valid. No, yeah, it is pretty much the I've been to space of FF14. As I see it, the key to providing Lord Francel's innocence is discrediting the evidence against him. I speak of the Draconian rosary found in the chest you yourself recovered. If you would, tell me of the incident. Explain. So it was found in a locked chest labeled as the property of Lord Francel. If the rosary was not his, then someone else must have planted it. So here's what you do. Return to the Skyfire Locks, speak with Rickman. He works closely with the porters who ferry goods across the Coerthas, so he might have some inkling as to whom is responsible. There's a quest in WoW. It's actually in BFA, but it's in one of the good questing zones in BFA. Where this guy's like, why do I care about you? And you have dialogue options that pop up, and what is there actually depends on which raids you've done in the game. I was doing that on my main, so I had all of the options. So I could tell him, I've beaten the Lich King, I've defeated Deathwing, I stopped the Legion, etc., etc. And I was actually able to boast right into his face, and it was actually pretty satisfying. Anyways. Someone tampering with shipments. Oh, fury strike me down. If all the rosaries found in our possessions were planted. Hey, don't give me that look. I'm a House Hililahalaha man through and through. This heresy nonsense is bad for me and my family, too. I ain't saying the porters what were bringing the shipments did it, though. I know most of them what work the trade routes, and I've never had cause to question their faith. But if it wasn't them neither, then your guess is as good as mine. After all, most shipments is thoroughly inspected before... Hang on. Could it have been the fellas that were responsible for the inspections? Huh. Ishgardian knights and inquisitors, the lot of them. As if they'd ever turn their cloaks. Reckon that means the porters are your most likely suspects. The inquisitors would never stoop to such things. Hate to think it, but maybe you should question them. Okay. Speaking of WoW, Lord Harriman says, would you still have people think Illidan was evil in Burning Crusade? Or axe that plot point entirely? I would have characters think Illidan is evil, but I would probably design it in a way that it's fairly obvious to the player that that's not what's going on. Maybe not super obvious, but definitely make the signs there, you know, to anybody paying attention and actually reading the quests. Beg pardon. You suspect we've been planting draconian rosaries? What nerve! If you truly believe that, search our parcels! Okay. Well, let's search some parcels here. Let's just check these out. Yep. There we go. Checking some stuff out. There's a draconian rosary. There's nothing. Found a draconian rosary in your parcel. I love that. Are you done? If so, we'd appreciate an apology. Here's your apology. But that's impossible. Once the knight at Whitebrim Front conducted her inspection, I loaded the parcels myself. And if I had been the culprit, I would have never allowed you to search them. Say what you will to Lord Hilananon. Lord Shield. I like Lord Shield. I will not be held accountable for this. Alright, Shield. We need to talk. Good luck on the minion, Rax. Say something if you get it. Did something happen? I thought I heard shouting. More importantly, what did Rickman have to say? Well? More draconian rosaries? In every single parcel bound for Skyfire locks? That beggars belief. Even the Inquisitors must acknowledge that this is no more than a crass attempt to sully House Hlananana's reputation. Whoever's responsible has overplayed. And praise Halon that he did. Lord Francel's trial is upon us, and we must act now! God damn it. Fine. From the very first, I knew it could not be that so many members of House Laclananon were heretics. At last, we can give the lie to these poisonous allegations and put an end to this travesty. I will prepare a formal statement regarding these developments for the Holy See. In the meantime, I would ask you to bear my words to Inquisitor Brady. Tell her that House Fortemps asks, nay, demands that Lord Francel's trial be postponed until a full investigation has been conducted. Yeah, sure. Right. We're not at that expansion yet. Where do you want me to go? Don't make me start doing that one too, Pillars of Snow. I will start mispronouncing every single one of these, so help me God. On purpose, I mean. What is it, child? Lord Shield would have the Inquisitors do what? But that's not possible. Inquisitor Guam presides over Lord Francel's trial at Wishdrop even as we speak! Fear not. If Lord Francel is indeed innocent, he shall walk in Halon's halls with the fallen heroes of Ishgard. I will kill you all! You caught that, right? Don't worry, if he's innocent, in the afterlife, after we murder him, which is a guarantee, the way she's talking, she'll be fine. Also, there's no afterlife. I mean, they don't know that. They've been taking Lord Francel to Wishdrop. This is madness. The Inquisitor does not have sufficient grounds to subject into that manner of a trial. I will not stand idly by and allow an innocent man to die. Lore, I will dispatch you and one of my knights to Wishdrop to forestall the proceedings until such a time as I am able to join you and petition the Inquisitor in person. I will endeavor not to keep you waiting too long. Do whatever you must. I got you, buddy. Guillaume. If I had to pronounce it, I would say Guillaume. But I like to call him evil. I mean, look at these spikes. See, he's the shield, but I'm the spear. Oh, gotta leave. What the... What? Hang on. What is this? I guess we can either talk to the knight or walk in. That's weird. Or the fist. I like that. I mean, not just because I'm a monk. Hail! As you can see, Lord Francel yet lives. We must try to reason with the Inquisitor, but if his guards judge us a threat, we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. Hi, I punched a Titan to death. Roisin Charlemeld Francel de Helyanina. You stand accused of heresy against the holy see of Ishgard. Is there aught you wish to say in your defense? And also, I'm evil. Hear me, brothers, these charges are false. The men and women of my line have ever opposed the Dravanians. I am no different. Since the very birth of our nation, we have gladly shed blood in our service to the Holy See. Condemn me, and you strike a blow for the enemies of Ishgard. It is for Helen to judge if you speak the truth. Prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men. Leap from the cliff, and entrust your fate to the Fury. The righteous shall take their place in the Halloween's halls, while the wicked shall reveal their Draken forms, and be put to the sword. Yeah, so this is how they do this. Jump from the cliff. If you fall and die, well, then you're cool. If you fall and transform into a draconian thing, well, then you're evil and will kill you. Sound familiar? You know what? Accepted, Loke. Please feel free to commence punishment of Rule 0 violators immediately. Oh yeah, also, if you don't jump, then they kill you. Please, stay your hands. Inquisitor, we come on behalf of Lord Shield. My lord has uncovered evidence which suggests the charges against Lord Francel are without merit. We humbly request that proceedings be suspended until such a time... God, I hate this song. Until such a time as full re-examination of the facts have been conducted. Lord Shield has allowed his personal relationship with the accused to cloud his judgment. That he should harbor private doubts, I might have allowed, but he would dare interfere in legal proceedings sanctioned by the Holy See. I cannot. To defy the will of the Inquisitor is to commit heresy. That's not true. A crime for which there is but one punishment. Being murdered by the warrior of... Wait, that's not what that's supposed to say. So, hey, hi, hello. My name's Death. I'll be your Reaper for this evening. Now, listen, I've been told I need to be a little bit more understanding about how I beat people to death with my bare hands. So, I was wondering if you could do me a favor. Give me a little bit of a breakdown of how it feels as your ribs are snapping in half while I punch you, okay? Could you work with me on this one? Now, that break right there, for example, did that feel like 3 of your ribs cracked? Did you actually notice as they punctured your lungs? I'm actually really curious here. Is it just pain? Is that all you feel? Oh, you're dead. Okay, well, whatever. I thought about getting the Moogle staff for Black Mage, because I hate Black Mage. There weren't any on the auction house when I went to look for it. Yes, was it 3 ribs, 4, 5, or 6? Please be specific, this is for science. By the way, I love his title, of the Silver Fuller. Oh, there it is. I couldn't see it in the white. I know, right, Cashel? It is not our intention to defy the will of the Archbishop. But like this trial, like many others, I fear, has been orchestrated by enemies of House Lithnananar. They have used you and your fellows to sow discord, Inquisitor, to set brother against brother, that we may tear ourselves apart. The fevered imaginings of a desperate man! What proof have you of this? Also, have you found my left teeth yet? I seem to be missing them. By the Fury, a draconian rosary. Then the knight who refused to yield, it was he who summoned the Wyvern. A heretic in the ranks of the Temple Knights. This has grave implications. Your claims would appear to have merit, Lord Shield. I shall withdraw my charge against Lord Francel pending further investigation. I trust you have not lost sight of that which brought you first to Coerthas, lore. Pray, locate your errant airship and use it. Don't worry, I'm not done meddling in Ishgardian politics. Lord Shield, I've not had the words to express my gratitude, but why would you risk your reputation to save mine? 'Cause he's a good person! Because I know you, boy. You're too loyal to betray Ishgard, and too devout to question your sentence. Had it been Solar, you'd have jumped to your own free will. I would have done whatever it took to redeem House Clarity. Praise alone, it did not come to that. But it profits us little to dwell on what might have been. Let us quit this place, lore. Pray visit me at Camp Dragonhead once you have recuperated. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that would take forever to wash off, Regan. Oh, right. Scroll. So, one of the things that I don't know how to explain is recognizing good writing. I mean, I could point out instances of exposition or dialogue or construction or set piecing or whatever, but you just know good writing when you see it, right? It's especially, in my experience as a reviewer of the last 10 years, most obvious to notice good writing when you see bad writing right next to good writing. The reason I bring all this up is, while this is nothing super amazing, have you noticed how this entire arc is noticeably better written than every single quest prior to this point in time? You can quite literally tell the moment that one writer handed off the pages to another writer, and then it just shifted hands, right? You can literally tell when the shift happened. Yeah, this is essentially the Fourth City-State arc, just in its own bubble. Right? Yeah, as much as I am ragging and you know, wanting to beat people up to death, this is awesome. Now, it's worth noting that this, I don't want to overpraise this, but I have a feeling, I have a theory, I've had a theory for a long time, that I think that this arc and Heavensward are the reasons why people praise Heavensward so much. Now, I know that sounds like a weird statement, but let me try to explain that a little bit. Because Heavensward has its own issues. It has its own pacing issues, it has its own down parts, it has its own moments. But it was just such a jump upwards. Pretty much immediately up, right? Let me use the obvious example. It's why everyone remembers Wrath of the Lich King over in WoW so well. Now, I've done a lore run on that, and a lore craft of Wrath. And there's some very serious issues with the story construction of Wrath, and some serious problems. But it was just such a huge jump up from BC and Vanilla. Same thing, right? It is my theory that this is why everyone praises Heavensward as the best expansion, is because this impact left such a I don't even know what to call it. Such a groove on the memory of the people who played through this, who went straight from ARR into Heavensward. And I'm mentioning this because I'm having that same effect right now, and we're still in ARR. And yes, Ishikawa is a great writer, while we're on the subject. Don't mistake me, I like Heavensward too. I'm just saying, I think that's why that one's usually lifted up as the golden boy. That's also why I usually compare Heaven's Word to Wrath, specifically, when it comes to comparing the expansions. We've played that game a few times. Which expansion is which, you know? Anyways. You look well, Lore. May I say what a pleasure it was to fight alongside a fearless and skillful warrior. I'm still trying to get pieces of them out of my hair. Were it not for you, Lord Francel would surely have died defending the honor of his house, and I might have perished at the hands of a heretic and his wyvern. House Fortiars and House Claridome shall never forget your service. Now, let's return to the matter of your missing enterprise. Oh, if it's not obvious, I'm giving this a story plus, because duh. Might give it two. We'll debate that. The man with knowledge of the Enterprise awaits you outside. I pray his information is useful to you. Nope. It's for Clarion now. It's for Toranon. Every time we say it, it changes. That's how French language works. Every time you say it, you have to pronounce it differently. And if someone says, wait, hang on, then you're supposed to act very haughty and like, oh, you can't even pronounce French words. And then you just change how you pronounce it the next time, and then they get really confused. It's a tactic they've used for centuries to conquer people. It works really well. How quickly the commoner's opinions change. They say Lord Francel is innocent now, but a few days prior... Anyway, you were inquiring as to the whereabouts of an airship last seen in Coerthas several days before the calamity, yes? Well... It so happens I was monitoring the night sky in the observatorium during that period. I recall that a small vessel came from the direction of Gridania and landed near the stone vigil in the far northwest. The garrison almost certainly seized the vessel and brought it within their walls. So, you will need an army of knights to have any hope of securing it. Lord Shield is, from all indications, quite fond of you, and I him, so mayhap he can lend you a few. In any case, I have done my part. I shall pray for your success. Yeah, by the way, you'll notice how significant effort has been put into making Ashafong here actually really cool. Like, have you caught that? In addition to having a brain, in addition to not falling into the typical tropes of most of his fellowmen, in addition to knowing how to navigate politics without actually being an asshole in the process, in addition to all of that, he's just nice. There's nothing wrong with this trope, by the way. It's just, this is a nice person. This is a person you are supposed to get along with. I think it's no mistake that so many people are rather fond of this character. Oh, so you've last located the Enterprise. I believe congratulations are in order. The Stone Vigil. Perhaps I spoke too soon. That dungeon sucks. I will write my letter to Lord Drillamont of the White Brim Front and request he grant you permission to enter. That said, I fear my influence alone will not suffice, so I suggest you request Lord Francel do the same. Now that your business in Dragonhead is concluded, I suspect we will not meet again for some time. I wish you well in your journeys. Exactly, Cashel. It's funny because usually fiction portrays people who are altruistic as not pragmatic, and vice versa. But as... You have got to be freezing. Oh my god. Where'd you go? How are you alive right now? As has been shown many times in real life, too. Just because you're pragmatic doesn't mean you can't be altruistic and vice versa. And I do like when fiction portrays that. It is quite a rarity. Ishgard has a pope. Does that count? I couldn't tell you his name, but in my head he's Pope Evil. I suppose that gives away something immediately, but trust me, the first cutscene you will see Pope Evil in is the cutscene in which I named him Pope Evil. Wonderful to see you again, Lore. If there's anything else I can do to repay you, name it. So, the airship you seek is likely inside the Stone Vigil. Shames to me to say that it too was once held in an outpost held by House Laclarini. In the chaos that followed the calamity, the Dravanian hordes caught us unawares. The fiends have held the outpost ever since. As we lack the strength of arms to retake the Stone Vigil, House Durandare instead has been charged with the duty. Given that, I doubt my words will carry much weight with Lord Drillamon. Nevertheless, I will write you your letter. Apparently, Brett. Before you depart, a word of caution. The cravens who attempted to destroy House Leclenia have yet to be unmasked. Though their plans were foiled, they doubtless harbor harbor great hatred toward us, and towards you now as well. Thank you for the warning. But I can punch things. Really, really hard. This is a tall mountain. Wow, okay, yeah. Okay, we'll go around then, apparently. Jeez Louise. This is a really tall mountain. Can't even see the top of it. Village Idiot asked the question, does the Empire, I like how you capitalized the T, that actually makes me happy, have a mandatory military service? Abso-freaking-lutely not. So, one of the things that the Empire is really big on is the very nature of freedom of will. The ability to choose and the right to choose. Now, obviously, that also means the right to consequence, which is an unrelated thing, but I'm not going to bore you with that particular narrative detail. The point is, however, mandatory conscription kind of runs contrary to the right to choose. You know? That, okay, I'm sorry. I gotta show that off. That's actually a cool coat. I like that. So that's why there's no mandatory conscription and no service. I should also point out, however, that an enormous number of people are employed by the military, because my military is not just people who fight and shoot, as most true militaries are. There's lots of people who do lots of things that do not involve killing. Even Rax agrees. You desire an audience with Lord Drillamon. I desire a night in a warm bed with my wife, but wishing it won't make it so. Oh God, my neck! Anyways, I've got a letter from 2 separate lords. Oh, you're serious. What to do, what to do? Kill Ross! Alright, there we go. Your timing could not have been worse. Lord Drillamon's attentions are focused solely on the Stone Vigil. By the way, we're actually pretty close to Stone Vigil, if anybody wants to figure out who wants to join us for that. In any case, it is not my responsibility to escort visitors. Take your letters and show them to Sir Alboy. Yes, Sir Alboy can surely accommodate you. Seek her in the storeroom. Well, we have just been bucked. Bucked past. Not sure how to verb that, actually, but whatever. I'll jot this down here. Oh, I forgot to... Okay, whatever. Stone Vigil. I wonder if I'll actually have... No, I will! I'll have an AoE! This is gonna be great! I'll be able to do Stone Vigil with an AoE. Holy crap. Oh, excuse me. Zed Slayer, you haven't actually gotten to join us yet. So, we'll pull Zed Slayer in. What's your class, Zed Slayer? Yeah, I'll start inviting people. Reaper? Sure, whatever. That means I need a tank and a healer. Let's see, who hasn't come to a bunch of these? This is going to be level 41, I think? Double check. Yep, 41. Memory served. Yeah, let's see. Is any of these people on? No. 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 I don't know who Pillars of Snow... What's your character, Pillars of Snow? Onyxia. I actually like that. Where is person? Seriously. Where is this person? Oh, God. That side? No. Are they up top? Is there another door? There's another door. Hey, what's up? Sir Brunadier bade you speak with me, did he? I know not why he presumed I would be in a better position to help, but I assure you he is mistaken. Lord Drillamon hasn't the time to spend speaking with low-ranking knights such as I. However, he always has a moment to spare for his head surgeon, Astidian. Why not visit the infirmary? The place you were literally just at. Gosh darn it. We're all cat girls in here, Magister. We're all cat girls here. Can't you tell? I mean, look at me. Ahem. Are you here for a visit, patients? What's this? Letters of introduction from the two houses. With documents such as these, you don't need an escort. Pray proceed to the barracks. Speak to Sir Gordon. He should know Lord Drillam. Oh, Jesus Christ. I just want to talk to a guy. Come on, please. Just for 5 seconds. Can I just go? Okay, whatever. Let's go talk to Alphino. Hey, Alphino. How you liking this weather? Time is a resource we can ill afford to squander. Really? Here, hang on. Come here. What are you doing? I'm just adding some kindling. Ugh. Okay. Where the hell was I? Oh god, it's inside. Of course it's inside. Let me zoom my mini-map back out. There we go. Listen, nothing is as awesome as Lalafel's. You! My mood is not here. House Durandare as a whole does not hold adventurers in high regard. I wonder if you would snap like a wishbone if I grab both your legs. So, very well, speak. Of letters. You wish to be brave a ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may not be bare. Are you the avatar of the Fury herself? Alphino. We are the scions of the Seventh Dawn, Lord Drillamon. You know our name, and you know our deeds. We come to Coerthas to slay Garuda, Lady of the Vortex. To that end, we seek the Enterprise, the airship of Master Sidnon Garland, who stands before you now. Master Garland, you're alive! But that's impossible! I'm alive, and I've got some awesome boots. Hi, Guillaume. Do not be deceived by their honeyed words. These foreigners are not to be trusted. At this critical moment in Ishgardian history, as House Durandare marshals its forces to retake the Stone Vigil, who should appear in white brim front but 3 mysterious strangers? Sid Garland, missing and presumed dead since before the calamity, and 2 scions of the Seventh Dawn, a defunct band of misfits recently exterminated by the Empire. The lesser houses may have been duped by these grandiose lies, but I hope that House Durandare would have greater sense. I know not why these 3 seek the Stone Vigil, but I know we cannot permit them to pass. Ow, my jaw has been removed. Thank you for your counsel, Inquisitor. For a moment I nearly believed this mummer's farce. You 3 will not enter the outpost until we've reclaimed it, and until you declare your true intentions as well. It could be moons before House Durandare purges the dragons from the Stone Vigil. We cannot afford to wait that long. Sid, Lore, we must do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes! Yeah, by the way, speaking as someone who's been playing Warcraft since the 90s, the whole Heavensward arc about the Horde was extraordinarily confusing to me. I'm curious if anybody else had a similar reaction. Because they do. They call it the Horde. It's the Dravanian Horde, but that's what they call it. Yep, I'm just gonna throw myself on this fire, because that's what this is worth here. Alright, hang on. Ugh. Go. Yeah, also the Orzian Alliance. Although, honestly, a lot of fictions use the Alliance. STO has an alliance at this point. You, the lad responsible for the commotion upstairs. Aye, word travels fast. In white brim front. I gather you still wish to change Lord Drelamon's mind. If there's one thing I've learned about a man in my time here, it's that he listens to and respects the opinions of those under his command. Went over the barracks, and he's sure to take notice. How? It's easy. Serve the poor souls decent fare for a change. This is now our 4th quest, where we're going to be helping soldiers get food. FF14 devs, were you eating properly when you were making ARR while also making 1.0? Like, did you have to order carrion? Did you have to get those crappy little boxes of ramen? I'm so sorry. I would absolutely have gotten you real meals if I could have. I swear. Speaking as someone... Yeah, I know, right? It's like, this is getting a little bit too common. I'm not sure this is... I'm not sure this is unintended anymore. Where's this one? Us. I mean, that's fair, Blade Turval. And they have literally talked about how the soil is quite literally less fertile, so... hello? What? Huh? Okay, you know, I don't even care. Whatever. Just gonna kill this one. Over here. Yeah, by the way, yet another reason why Yoshi P is awesome is that you are taking a few weeks off mandate. To be clear, speaking as a manager and as a low-level employee, I am absolutely in favor of that concept. I've been in the trenches and I've been in the office. That's a good idea. Have you heard that Belgium has recently made it a legally protected right to be able to not work, you know, a full hour, 40-hour work week, and check this out, to not have to listen to your boss off work hours? If you don't understand the significance of that one, if you tried to not do something your boss told you to do off hours, you could actually get fired for that, even though you're not on the clock. And I have actually worked at places that abuse that. Now, I've worked at places that don't abuse that, too, to be clear. I have worked at places where, hey, there's an emergency, let's deal with this. And that's different. But you can see how ripe for abuse that is when there's no legal protection for that here in the States. Depending on the state, excuse me, I should add that. But Belgium added a legal protection for that to say, hey, you can say no legally when you're off the clock. Didn't work, did it? I thought it was an idiotic idea. What? Nope. No, I got your meat. Here you go. Oh dear, remind me never to wander near mud puppy spawning grounds without a bottle of vinegar. Any road, this might only take a moment. I'll need to do this, and this, and voila! Never seen a man cook steaks that fast, have you? Take these 3 and distribute them to the hungry knights. That person just fell through the floor. Got you some food. Oh my god, it's the Chrono Trigger quest. The line, I should have read it. The line that person just said was almost straight up from Chrono Trigger. Those are down. They're down. They're down. Down we go. Further down. Comma down. There we go. There we go. We ought to at least receive a hearty meal before we march off to die in this godforsaken waste. Have a mud puppy steak. The rubbery texture of the mud puppy meat will ensure your jaw grows exhausted long before your belly grows full. Pass. Thanks. You there, lad. Don't think I didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with a stake, it would be my pleasure to oblige you. I'm sorry. Yes, I feel invigorated, refreshed, as if I have the strength of 10 men and their wits beside. I should have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from sentry duty. You're welcome. Feels wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do. Yeah, it's almost like taking care of the people who work for you can work out, which is why I was reminded of that, by the way. Well, that and the Hawaii thing. But I've forgotten about the hardworking surgeons at the infirmary. So rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. You mind taking this steak to her? Yeah, sure, no problem. That's gonna be up. How up are we talking here? Hi, Sid. If the Enterprise isn't the storage Vigil, then we're screwed! I mean, whatever. Beg your pardon, I'm busy. I brought you food. Is that... Come to think of it, it's been a while since I last ate. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to do a nibble. Oh, this is fantastic! I'll eat the rest right away! The guy's like, please, I'm dying. She paused in the middle of surgery to eat the steak, right over his open chest cavity. I have a word with you, Lore. It concerns the surgeons. After speaking with them earlier, I learned they lack alembics for their needs. So I used some of the broken equipment to craft a more advanced alembic, as a gesture of goodwill, and a means to help recover my memory, since working with my hand kindles familiar feelings. Have we mentioned the Garleans are probably 2 generations ahead of everyone else technologically? Maybe more than that. That's going to be important forever. I don't think that ever stops being important, so just keep that in mind. All I require to complete the device are the cores of 3 ice sprites. Okay. We will actually show off the Enterprise on camera, but... Well, it's going to be a long time, and I don't actually think I have the mount. Whoop, hello. Ah, there it is. Thought I saw one. No! Someone else is getting it. Oh, I must kill it. No matter the... I'm going to let that person get it. I'm not going to be a dick. Dick mode disengaged. We'll get some far ones. Yeah, no magic. Although they don't really need magic. I am admittedly thinking more in present-day terms. Like, to use present-day terms, if they were now, everyone else is probably around the 40s. So, yeah. Hey, Sid. Got your stuff. There you go. There we go. What an amazing device. But is it truly an alembic? I've never seen its like before. I, too, am uncertain what to make of this machine. While certainly impressive, I've no idea how to make use of it. Nevertheless, if it is effective as he claims, it'll be a great boon to the infirmary. Think of the medicines we could create, the lives we could save. Even so, I wonder... where the kindly stranger bearer of gifts wondrous and strange, for his generosity comes at a cost. That's right. Their earnest efforts are but a means to an as yet unknown end. Mine foot is so deeply buried within my rectum, lo, it shall not be found even with excavation equipment. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who have interfered with the questioning of a suspected heretic. They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We almost succumbed to the temptations proffered by these unbelievers. Jesus freaking Christ. Can you stop for 5 seconds? Why does that man detest us so? Is it because we interrupted Lord Francel's trial? I just told you, it's because of that giant freaking stick up his... Whatever his reasons, he clearly means to oppose at every turn. So let's kill him. Just kill him. Be done with it. Lure him out into the snow and throw him down a cliff. Woo! And if he's fine, if he's normal, then he'll be in heaven. And if he's not, he'll turn into a dragon. What? Before we can persuade Lord Drillamont to help us, it seems we must convince Inquisitor Evil that we're not his enemy. But just how might we go about doing that? We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in Coerthas. Mayhaps we should learn more by speaking with the people here. Okay. Yeah, we haven't even started talking about ceruleum yet. That's going to be a fun topic. Inquisitor Evil? Yes, I know him. Alas, I have not seen him since the day he came several moons ago. My memory is somewhat muddled, but I recall a blizzard nearly buried us in snow, and I had the ill fortune of being assigned to the night's watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked the walls and patrolled the exterior in darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveler, I cried out and gave chase, but slipped and took a terrible fall. When I awoke, it was days later in this very bed, where I have lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I had tried to rescue him, but the end, Inquisitor Guillaume rescued me. I owe him my life! That's actually terrible. I wish you had died! Where is the other one? Where is the other one? Is it this person? There's another one here. Oh, God, it's down below, isn't it? God, I hate this frickin' It's just this building. This building sucks. I had problems with this the last time I did this, too. Yeah, it's over here. Gosh darn it. Hi! Inquisitor Guillaume, I haven't the foggiest of whom you speak. Unbeliever! Aye, we have learned of your deeds at Witchdrop. I will not be party to whatever dastardly schemes you hatched against the Inquisitor. Away with you! Oh, okay. Okay, cool. We're cool. Everything's cool here. May your hair get stuck in your chainmail. Under Inquisitor Guillaume's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great is his devotion. Blessed are we to have such a goodly and righteous man. Look, I know you're all kind of, that way, but does nobody here use a brain? Is there one brain in this area? We got spoiled by S.H.I.E.L.D. The Holy See has decreed the Inquisitors are the arbiters of Halone's will. They are to be afforded every courtesy and utmost respect. Well, okay, that's cool. I'm cool. I've decided to punch this nation to death. What's up, Alphino? In case you have yet to notice, my attire is ill-suited to the climate. Thank you for acknowledging it. I realized it soon after arrival, but I paid it no mind as I'd hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead, we have wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Never mind. Our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with the irksome Inquisitor. Sid tells me you've been busy making inquiries, yes? It should come as no surprise that he is held in high regard. Even so, I'm beginning to suspect he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us more closely review the testimonials. Okay. Sure. Something troubles me about the Wounded Knight's account. He claims he fell chasing a figure in the darkness we saw out the eastern gate, but the main road leads to the western gate. Since we've arrived in Whitebrim, I've seen no travelers arrive by the eastern gate. Moreover, he glimpsed a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city, which would imply the Inquisitor came from the north of the eastern gate, not the south. But it cannot be so. That way lies naught but a deep chasm. Assuming Sir Gelard is not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behavior that night makes absolutely no sense. Let's retrace his steps. Okay. It's okay, I can fly. Dragon! No, I mean... Never mind. I don't even know what's attacking me here. Oh, God. Ah, perfect. Hey, look. Can I get some lore shocks in chat really quick, please? You notice how they never outright state that they can shapeshift? They just implied it briefly earlier, if you were paying attention. It's a nice little touch, actually. There you go. Yep, we just found the real Inquisitor. Newly come to Coerthas and murdered the day of his arrival. Yep, it would have been a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare question the wisdom of the papal appointment? Still, while this is incontrovertible proof that the Inquisitor is an impostor, we've yet to discern his true identity or why he is opposing us. We must proceed quickly. Okay. Let's proceed quickly. Since Lord Drillamon has already been turned against us, I fear this Insilical alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsements of 2 high houses? The cook did say the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight provides testimony and supports our claim, yes, confront him. As a man of the faith, he may find it difficult to cope with such horrifying revelation. Nevertheless, we must do everything in our power to secure the Enterprise. We can just go do the dungeon. You just... okay. Oh, for God's sakes. Yeah, Alistair... wow. Alphino does have a brain, and he uses it several times. He's just young. So, hey. The Inquisitor's imposter. Don't be preposterous. That could not possibly be true. He's a paragon of virtue. A dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have me believe that's all a lie? If you're so certain your ludicrous story is true, go help Sir Prunella. She was at the Eastern Gate that night, and she helped the Inquisitor carry me here, but I will never speak against the man who saved my life. Was that the lady down or the lady up? God, this freaking... I hate this building! I think it's down. Hang on. Over here. Hey, you! You! I do not be below you. Pray, move along. Trouble me no more. Yeah, by the way. Are you in a habit of showing bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a dreadful thing? I know nothing of it. Nothing of it! You, J'accuse! You know, don't you? Fury take me. I prayed this day would come. When Sir Jules gave chase, I followed close behind. He didn't fall. One of those Dravanian abominations lashed out at him, nearly killed him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the enemy. But what came from the dark was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me, about my family. Secrets I had never told another. He said that if I kept his confidence, he and I would be spared, but if I defied, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. His robes marked him as an Inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together we carried him to the infirmary, and on his first night, Inquisitor Guillaume was heralded as a hero. Soon after came the accusations. Countless men and women of good moral standing seized while possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to confess to Lord Dramond, wanted to put an end to the madness, but then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats, and I did nothing, until Lord Francel was accused. Some time ago, I followed the Inquisitor and found he kept draconian rosaries in a chest hidden southeast of the White Brim front. So I took several from his chest and planted them in shipments bound for Skyfire Locks! Oh my god, it's good writing! As I hoped, they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Lianina, thus exonerating Lord Francel and casting doubt on the other recent trials. And that is the entire truth, I swear. Hello and forgive me for not acting sooner. That's awesome. I actually forgot about that. In case you missed that, in a less well-written story, the actual villain would be the one who overplayed their hand, and as a result, ended up damaging their own case. Like, putting so many rosaries in the boxes, the ones we found. Here, we actually have a thing where those were planted by someone else as a result of trying to prevent them from getting away with it. That's awesome. I've been debating this. I'm going to go ahead and push this up to 2 territory here. Stop. Hey, I'm back. I ain't putting up with your bullcrap today. Now listen, me and my giant mech are gonna have a word with you, sir. Sir, put the mech down. Well, I can't, but thank you, Nadaz. I will put that towards Forza Horizon 5. That's a good question, Venters, and that's my answer to you. I don't know. We technically have never reviewed FF7R1 under the current system, so... Why do you persist in this folly? I will not grant you Act 3 access to the Stone Vigil. Do not make me repeat myself. Yeah, so I've got evidence upon evidence upon evidence. There better be a very good explanation for why you're carrying these rosaries. And where did you find this papal Fury, take me, the Inquisitor's a heretic? Never before have I seen such an unbelievable tale, but this evidence and your testimony could have no other explanation. Credit to his due. He says, I have misjudged you and your friends, Lore, and for that I deeply apologize. I will permit you to enter the outpost, but first, I must needs beg your assistance. Help me and my knights bring this infernal impostor to justice. The thrice-damned heretic has murdered countless innocents and made a mockery of our laws. Hells take him and his Dravanian allies. I am told he makes her snowcloak even now, intending to pass judgment upon another poor soul who is branded a heretic. If we hurry, there may be still time to prevent tragedy. Lend me your strength. I mean, I don't know. I was gonna go get a pizza, maybe see what's on Netflix, you know. I hear there's this new show they've just greenlit. It's about an idiot who doesn't know when to listen to someone who's trying to help him. It's called The Adventures of Twaddle-Dee the Tweedledum. Based on a true story. Yeah. Oh, solo only. Solo only. Sorry, Zed. I remember this fight. I remember this fight sucking for some reason. I don't remember why. Good to have you with us. When Lord Drinamond arrives, we are to confront the Inquisitor. If he refuses to go quietly, we will use force. You're damn right we will. I am sick to death of this crap. And I do mean to death. You needn't tremble, child. The righteous shall enjoy everlasting peace in Helon's halls. Only the wicked. But why? Why must I die? By all that is holy, I swear to you, I have never questioned the teachings of Helon. Inquisitor, release the maid and come with us. My Lord Drillamar, what's the meaning of this interruption? You are aware that I am present conducting an interrogation, are you not? Silence, villain. I name thee heretic, murderer of Inquisitor Guillaume and countless innocents. You are a traitor to Ishgard, to your own kith and kin. Your sins are beyond measure and beyond redemption. Ah, grave allegations, indeed. But you'll find your logic is flawed. How can I betray that which I have no allegiance? No, Lord Dromont, my conscience is quite clear, I assure you. I wonder, can you say the same? You whose hands are black with the blood of those whose only sin was to question your nation's crazed crusade. You speak to me of Ishgardian innocence. Ha! All are complicit in these crimes, for all live their lives by the Archbishop's lies. But I know you will not hear me, deafened by dogma as you are. If you desire retribution, then come. Let us see how Ishgardian steel fares against Travanian fang and claw. And that's our first hint that something else is going on there. If you're paying attention. Yeah. It's more foreshadowing. I've actually already jotted that one down. Oh no, it's a wormhound. This guy's tough. They beat the crap out of him for a while. Well, he's turned into a... whatever that is. What is that? A thing. I'm gonna go with thing. I think thing appropriates here. Would everyone else stop dying to the trash while I'm biting the boss? God! It's like being a tank in real life. Wait. There. All the ads are... Oh, God damn it, let's spawn. See, that's a wyvern. Right over here. There we go. My glamour's dispelled. Your plans lie in ruin, heretic. Choose your words wisely, for they will be your last. You may not recall the many Ishgardians I have sentenced, but the families of the dead will never forget. Blood has been replayed with blood, and for that I am content. My only regret is that you yet live. But your end is nigh, foreigner. The dragons within the stone vigil will rend you asunder, and when you are dead, White Brim Front shall fall. Right. Defiant to the last. Leave the body for the crows. His ilk deserves naught better. Because he's a heretic, not because he's evil. Lore, I must apologize for involving you in this sordid business. You should never have been asked to intervene in Ishgardian affairs of state. Rest assured, I have not forgotten the matter which first brought you to our midst. It's past time you're reunited with your airship. But, let's get out of here. It's kind of cold, and we're standing on ice. Ugh! Thank you, Venters. As always. Much appreciate. Thank you. I'll put that for... question mark. That's what I'm putting for right now. By the way, for some stupid reason, there's no Aether Crystal, no flight path over here. That's always bothered me. I always have to fly there. There are several quests where that's irritating, including this one right now. Thankfully, we can just fly there, but, you know. Let's see. Someone asked, is Livia blind in one eye? You know, I actually don't know. Where have you been? Oh, the false Inquisitor is slain, hasn't he? Well, his was a tale always like to end in bloodshed. Though you have overcome the latest in a long line of unfortunate impediments, I would ask you not revel in your victory yet. We still have to go do the dungeon. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Guillaume would still be among us, free to prey on the innocent. I see now I was foolish to dismiss your claims out of hand, but you must understand, it seemed too much to hope that the scions of the Seventh Dawn lived on, to say nothing of Master Garland. Never have I been happier to be proven wrong. And again, credit where credit is due. This guy does turn around his tune pretty quickly, and admits he's wrong, so, you know, it is gratifying to know someone has derived a measure of enjoyment from your error. Now, if you have no further objections, we need to get into the stone frickety vigil. Yes, of course. But entering is the least of your concerns. Oh, for God's sakes. Yes, shortly after you first arrived, I had my men scour the old records. They confirmed an abandoned airship has been seized by our soldiers garrisoned at the Stone Vigil in the days following the calamity. As far as we've been able to ascertain, it is still in their custody when the outpost was overrun by the dragons. Whether it was damaged or destroyed during the battle, I cannot say, nor can I give you any assurances it has not been removed in the intervening years. For far too long, that ruin has served as a Dravanian foothold in Coerthas, from which they have struck out at us with depressing regularity. Though we have pushed them back behind the walls, we have as yet been unable to drive them out, and I cannot say when the situation will change. Or how it will change. Forgive me, Lord Drummond. There's no guarantee you will prevail. Thanks, Alphino. In any event, we have not the time to wait. We will secure our property without Ishgardian aid. I see. Well, that may be for the best. You do it, and our troops will stay here and stay alive. That was always the plan. Someone says, thanks for the fun, says, who would you consider more destructive towards the environment? The WoW goblins or the FF14 goblins? Well, the FF14 goblins literally leech the life away from the earth. But, actually, it's the WoW goblins. I mean... yeah. Hang on, I think we have to do 15 quests before we can do this, Mr. Red. Nope, I'm wrong. We're actually there. Jesus Christ. Okay, so. We're getting Narakxia, Mr. Red, and Zedslayer. Ah! What is this? It's hot chocolate! Well, God, I could use that right about now. Let me tell you what. Alright, Mr. Red. And, Zedslayer, who hasn't been able to join us yet. Yeah, something I kind of bring up periodically during the lore crafts is how many areas are permanently ruined by, goblin interaction and intervention. One moment. What is with this music? Oh, there's a fate nearby. No, I'm not part of the fate. Go away, go away. Odd. Guess this is Stone Vigil. Who's our tank? Narakxia is our tank. That's Pillars of Snow, I think. Right? Yes? Confirmed tonight. Which is a Paladin. And then our healer is going to be Mr. Red. As a white. I'll be Monk. Zed'll be Reaper. Okay. We got this. Make sure to take off your accessories. If you care to. You don't necessarily have to, but if you don't, we'll kill you horribly. That's right. I need minimum. There we go. That's the one I want. Scroll down a little bit to there. Now, to lower our item level, Bragwin. Just double checking. The long answer is because of the stat squish, which happened a little while ago, even doing minimum eye level and synced to this stuff doesn't... we're still stronger than we should be, and I am trying to review these as accurately as I can without it being bogging down. So we get rid of our accessories to kind of artificially push us down a little bit better. It's a good idea that I wish I came up with. I did not. I'm pretty sure that was US and Corp's idea. Now, yeah, we'll stop doing this pretty much as soon as we get past the MSQQ range. Well, after we get out of ARR is the better answer. Because we still have optional pre-50 dungeons to do. Nice snow effects. So, I hate this dungeon's goddamn guts. But I'm not sure if that's because it's a bad dungeon, or because I've done it 700,000 times while leveling in squadrons. We've talked about this before. So, I look forward to seeing how well this dungeon actually is, without having done it for the 7,000th time. I think you're right, Rax. Just, God, you frickin' dungeon. So there's this dungeon introduced the concept of traps, like that right there. There's actually a way to skip those. You just have to be fast enough or turn around fast enough, because the snapshot timing is weird on it. This is also a dungeon it is surprisingly easy to overpull in. Maybe I shouldn't say surprisingly easy, but let's just say that any tank who tries to wall in the wall in here and does not know what they're doing usually dies. Even with a healer who's trying very hard to keep up with them. The stuff in here can actually do a lot of damage in a short period of time. Yeah, exactly, Rex. I have seen a proper group do a wall-to-wall in this place. But only when it's a prefab. I've never seen just a pug manage that. So, right now, for example, we're about to wipe. We might... No, we're definitely wiping. Let's go ahead and pull a few things. Get what we can done while we're here. Pop this button, too. See if we can kill one more. Nope. That was a 2-pack, if you were paying attention. If you don't know what that means it was only 2 packs of enemies. So in other words, that was a double pull. We still died horribly there. Now, I'm not trying to call you out, Mr. Red, assuming you're even listening to me right now. I'm just pointing out that the mobs in here are actually pretty mean. We talked about how, you know, wake-up calls and when things get real. This is probably the first dungeon that most players are going to play in that is actually going to teach them to pay attention, for lack of a better way to put it, right? We all talk about wall-to-walling, but up until now, wall-to-walling hasn't really meant anything, you know? But in here they are tuned to do enough damage and have enough telegraphs, which go out quickly enough, which can stack on each other, that you actually need to be paying some level of attention here. Now, I don't mean to sound elitist, but anybody who's played MMOs for a lengthy period of time might recognize this as being one of the first dungeons. Like, this is probably one of the first dungeons that actually feels like an actual dungeon from most other MMOs at the time, or before this time. Therefore, from the perspective of someone who's new to the series, or new to MMOs, or new to the concept, this is probably the first time that they've actually experienced this kind of a thing. Can be a bit of a shock, but it's a good and, you notice, it's a mandatory point to do it at. Because Stone Vigil is part of the MSQ. Hi, Nemesis. Hi, Lyrian. By the way, there's plenty of side packs, which I'm okay with skipping. I think we've shown off plenty of that kind of stuff. I have 2 AoEs at this level. Good lord, Monk is awesome. Better than Dragoon in every way. Wall-to-wall tanking. Alright, so the walls are metaphoric in this case, but the term refers to picking up an enemy, and every enemy between there and effectively as far as you can go before you fight the boss, and then just fighting all the enemies in one big AoE bundle. I thought I was far enough back for that. My apologies. Now, the reason I say the wall is metaphorical is because how much you pull is actually a little bit of a What's a judgment call? A good tank will know their limits. This is true in any MMO. WoW, ESO, whatever, Guild Wars, doesn't matter. A good tank knows this is as far as I should pull. A good healer knows how far they can heal a tank. A good healer and a good tank, yeah, you can actually just straight up wall to wall because they know what they're doing and they're coordinated. But, generally speaking, you want to know your limits and try not to surpass them when it comes to wall-to-walling. So this boss only has 2 mechanics. I know this place extremely well because I've done it 7,000 times. So he's got a breath attack, and then he's going to move to one side of the arena. Should be doing it any second. There he is. Then he's going to turn. He's going to do swinge. Swinge is a huge... You see how just massive that area it hits there? He then immediately turns around and does another breath attack. You notice how off-timed that was, by the way? Pretty much from the moment he turns and starts to get ready for the breath attack is when he's actually going to put it off. I actually thought I dodged it there. I did not. So he's going to do the swinge. He's going to do a second swinge immediately after the first one this time. There. And another Lion's Breath. Do you see how fast that is, by the way? That's why it's kind of hard to dodge that one. You kind of have to know that Lion's Breath is coming. Now, whether that's good or bad, boss design is kind of debatable. That's it. That's the mechanics of the whole fight. But whether that's good or bad, boss design is kind of debatable. It is trying to make it not literally an unavoidable attack, but it's very close to being an unavoidable attack. Okay. In terms of design philosophy, at the very least. So we're going to dodge this one, and then he's going to swing this way, hopefully. Yep, there he goes. And he's down. And that's the first boss. Doing that with bots sucks. I've gotten quite good at that fight just because I did this with squadrons. Don't worry, I'll probably show off this exact dungeon when we do squadrons. Yeah, you notice I've got my live abilities over here ready to go whenever I need them. Because, yeah. Every now and again. I was too slow on that one. So anyways, that's our first boss. Big AoE cones that hit the entire arena, and the boss deliberately tries to make sure you get hit through 2 separate mechanics. The next boss will be a little bit more aerially spoken. We'll get there in a second. Just gonna wait. Now, this is probably one of the more common wipe spots right here I see for a normal group, because this is technically 2 packs again. It's just much harder to not aggro both of them, unlike the previous 2 packs, where it's actually pretty easy to piece them apart. And most tanks aren't even going to bother to try and pull the packs apart. They're just going to go with everyone and just say, screw it, let's go! And we're fine, as you can see. And you can be fine. But you notice how paying attention is being rewarded more. I'm just going to focus fire this one a little bit, because this guy, these things kind of suck. The Avises, they actually don't hit the hardest. That would be those guys that hit the hardest over there on the right. The carriers, these. Well, that's not true. There's actually something we haven't encountered yet that hits the hardest in this dungeon as far as trash goes. But the Avises are area denial, and that's actually pretty dangerous in a place like this. So, focusing on them first. Speaking of the hardest hitting trash mobs in this dungeon, there they are. I'm not actually joking. It is the ice sprites. They just chain cast Blizzard, and they are deceptively damaging. I've seen some tanks and healers, and both, not realize how dangerous these ice sprites are, and just kind of idle through these and get wrecked for it. You'll notice I'm full on single targeting because I need to try and minimize the amount of damage the tank is doing as quickly as possible. So even though I'm doing less DPS, I am reducing the damage taken, which is helping the overall group more. And yeah, sorry, that's a good thing, point, Ras. They cast so quickly it is possible to interrupt, but not likely. Also, there's an Avis, remember the area denial? Which likes to patrol into this fight, too. And then, we go a little bit further. This is a simple pack. 2 big hitters. You watch the tank's health in the upper left. You can kind of see what I mean by big hitters. The Z's is hit pretty hard. Depends on the class, Cashel, but generally speaking, 3+. You notice how I was single targeting that one, for example. And yeah, sorry, I'm kind of tutorializing a little bit. I didn't mean to, but I know this dungeon really well. Excuse me, coughing attack. So this is another 1 gimmick boss. 2 gimmicks, technically, sorry. You can actually completely ignore one of the gimmicks. And that is, hey, he's over here, quick. Hit the cannon. Bagoom. And we're good. That's kind of it. Not much to say about this one. You can actually completely ignore that mechanic if you feel you're up to it. Because that's the other mechanic, is the whirlwinds. But yeah, if your healer's on it and your tank's on it, you can just ignore the cannons and the ad. We're doing it because, well, I don't know, I'm trying to show off the fight, I guess? I don't have a better way to phrase that. Hi, Valerian. Excuse me. Favorite thing about doing this with squadrons, they have no idea how to get out of those whirlwinds. No idea. That's fair, Rex. Yep, saw that coming. However, we're going to ignore it this time, because we win. Okay. Now, the next fight is... Okay, so we've had plenty of boss fights up until this point in time, which... excuse me. Which have had telegraphs. In fact, I think we've had telegraphs since, like, Sestasha, with the frickin' coral at the very beginning of the fight. Or the very beginning of the dungeon. Whoops, excuse me. That being stated, however... Oh, God. I would say that this last boss at this dungeon is probably the first time telegraphs actually matter. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, so I apologize. We've still got a couple of pulls till we get there. Because first we have to fight some ice sprites. Once again, single targeting through these. To try and reduce the damage that poor Pillars of Snow there is taking. Again, if you watch the tank health bar, you can see what I mean by how much these hurt. Damn it, I might actually like this dungeon. This is the first actual dungeon we've done. It really is. God damn it. I hate this place. So, okay. While I don't have anything else to talk about, can I share a fear I've had? A legitimate fear? One of the things I've said jokingly several times, so this is going to be a fun pack. I am still not going to AoE. That would actually be stupid at this case. We've got a big hitter and 3 of the hardest hitting things in here. We need to single target these things fast. And the tank's dead, and that's exactly why. I did kill one of them. Let's see if I can kill another one. But one of the things I'm afraid of... So, I've said for years that if I ever won the lottery, I'd review WoW Classic. I kind of meant that, because at that point I could justify it. It wouldn't be a waste of time, right? Because I would be able to actually, you know, do it and not be wasting everything I'm doing with my time and not losing viewers and not losing income and not losing interest and not being boring, right? But there's always been this private fear in the back of my mind that WoW Vanilla is not as bad as I remember it. And if you're wondering what that has to do with this, did you know I leveled 13 plus characters through WoW Vanilla? I don't remember the exact number. I figured it out during the lore run. But I have leveled literally more than a dozen times through Vanilla in WoW. A lot. And if you don't understand how insane that is, then you don't understand how insane that is. So I hate Vanilla. But maybe it's not that bad. Why would I do that to myself? Well, there was the mage, which I was leveling with Gary. There was the paladin I leveled with Pax. There was the warrior I leveled because they needed a tank. But you were playing a paladin. Wow, Vanilla. Then there was... Hang on. There was one other one in there. I don't actually remember who was next after that. Oh, my priest, right. Then there was my priest because my raid group needed a healer. There it is. Then we switched to the horde. And then I leveled my hunter. This was also with Pax, consequently. And because so many people came with us to the horde, I've told that wonderful, heartwarming story several times. It's still one of my favorite heartwarming stories of solidarity, by the way. I ended up leveling 4 more characters through Vanilla, including my warlock and my shaman and hang on, it was the warlock, the shaman, and the hunter. Oh yeah, warrior and druid all through Vanilla. I don't know what I'm up to. I've lost track. Because I'm not done yet, there was also the other paladin, because I needed a horde paladin once we got to Wrath. Hey! Our ship! There you go, there's the Enterprise, Ross. You got 5 seconds to look, and it's done. It's gone. Just beyond that enormous sleeping dragon. Well... The dragon is not our concern. We came for the airship and only the airship. Sid, you and I will sneak aboard the Enterprise. Lore, you stay here. Keep an eye on the beast. If it wakes, we may need you to provide a distraction until we're ready to depart. That settles it then. Shall we, Sid? As you command. I like how that saunter is supposed to be their stealth movement. It's just kind of funny. So you mean to slay Garuda next? Interesting. Most interesting. Hi, La Habrea. Are you aware her strength greatly exceeds that of your previous primal conquests? A testament to the fanatical devotion of her followers. The Ixal are nothing if not zealous. In spite of your past achievements, I labor to believe you will best this foe. Yet only a fool would underestimate the great Bringer of Light, Slayer of Ifrit, and Bane of Titan. If any mortal is capable of defeating the Lady of the Vortex, it is you. Win or lose, the battle should make at least for an entertaining spectacle, assuming, of course, you live that long. Speaking of which... Oh, I sincerely doubt that, Mr. Red. Alphino, the dragon! Yeah, if you've ever done this dungeon and wondered why all of a sudden there's like this purple glow bathing the arena at the end, that's why. Let's see how well your Blasphemous gift serves you this time. Crystal Bear. See it? You can see like the purple outline lighting thing going on there. So that cutscene we just saw, which if you pay attention is another time in which it's frickin' La Habrea, is the only thing I would say this dungeon does wrong overall. And I do think that's not great, but I think I'm probably just going to bake that into the aggregate we have already started for that exact purpose. Otherwise, this dungeon's fine. So, first mechanic. You can actually watch, but you can also just watch the ground for it. It's pretty obvious. Whoosh. I like to pick the corners, because the corner is going to be the closest place to safety in any given situation. Like I said, I've got this place down to a science, because I used to run this over and over and over again, so forgive me as I talk about this. So he's got an unavoidable attack. I believe that's actually our first unavoidable attack. Literally unavoidable attack in boss mechanic. Excuse me. Boss also puts down those, which yep, there it is. Do not touch zones. Do not stand in the ice, as the saying goes. That's another unavoidable. And it's taking longer than I remember to do this. Jesus, come on. Yeah, let's help Mr. Red. There we go. So we're gonna go hit the corner. Okay. Move back over to this corner, which is now free. We're gonna move to the next corner, which is now free. There's gonna be an attack on that row, and then there's gonna be a second one. He's going to land, which does a knockback. I think it only does a knockback to the tank. Nope, I'm wrong. I think it's because I'm talking it out, Rex. I apologize. I'm not trying to raid lead here. I'm trying to explain the fight to, you know, people who've never played this game before. By the way, our healer's dead, so that's a bad thing. I'm gonna go and be greedy, I think. Just a little greedy. Okay, might be a little less greedy. I don't think we're gonna make it. Let's got this one. Screw it. I'm gonna go and blow it. So anyways, that's that fight. That was pretty close. That was pretty close. I was out of tricks. The good news, though, is his rhyme attack is a cast bar. That's actually pretty much what saved me. So I had time to reposition, get in a little bit of extra damage from positional, and then, you know, kill the boss. Anyways, so that was Stone Vigil. Where's my review sheet? There it is. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, by the way. Mr. Red, Zedslayer, and Pillars. And, of course, the star of the hour, La Brea. Yes, this is why the Warrior of the Light gets credit. Because my companions die. I lurch forward on a sea of corpses. Did I put that on a narrative? I did. There it is. Nope. Yeah, I'm fine. What's up? Are you okay? Yeah, I was just watching my life flash in front of my eyes because a giant dragon was trying to eat me. Told be praised. I feared the beast had injured you. No, I'm fine. Have you seen my lungs? Ugh. I see now why others rated you so highly. Yeah, by the way, this is the first time Alphino sees us in action. And I think this is actually an important character moment because this is a slight spoiler, but Alphino grows to kind of hero worship us a little bit. Just a little. Not as much as someone else I'll mention later. And I really do feel like at least part of that is because of this. Because this is his first interaction with us. Is us tearing through a dragon fortress in lore by ourselves. Yeah, this is pretty much when Alphino realizes what personal power is, because that's a concept within fictional settings, and understands the significance of it. Something that, honestly, while he might have understood intellectually before, now he understands personally. When you were caught in the midst of that etheric bubble with the dragon, I was all but certain my next mission would be to find a new champion. Thank the gods for sparing me that inconvenience. I have quite enough to do already. Which reminds me, Sid is working on the Enterprise. Let's go see what he has to say. Thanks, Alphino. But yeah, like I said, in lore, it varies a little bit, but generally speaking, we are the Warrior of Light, the main character, and we tend to solo a lot of this stuff in lore. Not everything. There are exceptions. I'll try to point them out as we go. I can fly, but it won't be a pleasant ride. Hey, copyright! I dare say it'll be no more unpleasant than staying here. 'Tis a pity the Enterprise is not in better state, but if she will allow us to quit this place, I shall not complain. If we're all in agreement, let's return to Gridania. Though I would like nothing more than to set course for the Howling Eye, it is plain the Enterprise is in no condition to weather the storm. She must needs be repaired if we are to proceed with our mission. Sure thing, Alpha Dork. No, it's true, Zed Slayer. As I gave a whole speech earlier, I forget if it was yesterday or today, about how in WoW you are canonically one of about 13 or so main characters. And in FF15 you are the main character. It's a distinction of storytelling style. I'm not saying either's better or worse, it's just, it is a distinction of storytelling style. God, FF14 airships are ugly. I'm sorry. They're just... They're asymmetrical, bulbous, weird, over-designed weirds. Anyway, sorry. That's true. FF14 airships do have glue on the floor. Oh god, where am I? Oh, right. Hi! Oh, by the way, thank you, Zed Slayer, and Mr. Red, and Pillars of Snow for the dungeon. You did good, except for Mr. Red, who was the worst healer, except for that one healer we had prior to now, which was just so much worse. Like... Oh my god, I told you guys I'd tell you about the freaking dungeon I had Sunday. Let me get out of a cutscene and I'll tell you about it. I will not deny the Holy See had its charms. Endless detours aside, our Ishgardian jaunt proved quite an adventure. Alas, our work is far from done. Time to hand it off to another writer as we pursue our next story arc here. Now it's only like 10 quests until we get to Garuda. Calms me to look at her. It's as though I've been reunited with a part of me I never knew I was missing. Hardly surprising you did design and build her. No, I feel you, Rex. Although, this is kind of expected. Or to phrase this differently, ARR is not going faster than I expected. ARR is going exactly as fast as I expected. I'm just relieved that it is, because that means I did my due diligence and my feasibility tests and all that appropriately, right? I did my job. It's always nice to know I did my job. It's okay, Valerian. I was actually going to bug you about it on Discord, because I can just bug you about it there. Let me scroll down a little bit, because that was earlier. Here we go. Yeah, the side we're not... We've got a lot of ARR left to do once we finish the MSQQ. Victoria 3. Cid is in fact a Garlean. Yes, he is born and raised. So let's clarify that really quick. You know how Rome is? No, of course you don't. How many Romans were Italian? Might be a better way to put that. So, what I mean by this is there is a pretty big distinction between Garleans, the species, and Garleans, the people. Just like there's a distinction between Romans who are from Rome, or the Roman province, or Romans who are a Roman, but, you know, right? Same concept, right? Now, Cid is actually Garlean, the species. You can tell because he's got the forehead thing. But there are several Garleans, quite a few actually, who have earned the right to call themselves Garlean. It is a very Roman concept because there are different legal properties that apply if you are of Garlemald, as opposed to being a citizen or a worker or a denizen of Garlemald. It's that whole thing. This here. Sorry. Good news! The Seed Seers have granted a request to house the Enterprise. Yay! Of course, it would be rank folly to take one moment more than we require. Garuda, lest we forget, grows stronger by the hour. If we are to have hope of wresting this benighted realm from her talons, it must needs be soon. Though I am no expert in the workings of airships, it seems plain to me the Enterprise suffered from her time in the wilderness. Am I not correct? Yeah, we will actually literally see some Alamegans who are Garleans later on in the story. We'll interact with a few. We've arguably already interacted with a couple, but let's not get into that. That's... Anyways. So, yep. There's a giant storm which Garuda is in the middle of. And some howling woman for some reason. And feathers. Sexy, sexy feathers. There must be a way to embolden the airship to reach them. Wait, the elements, that's it. We work upon the element itself. Using the power of a corrupted crystal, we could clear a path through the storm, use the Enterprise to spare the battering. Listen, I like hips, said Slayer. What do you want from me? I see. You propose to utilize the properties of a crystal to alter the elemental aspect of the barrier. It seems so childishly simple in retrospect. Yeah, actually doing that is why he's the genius and you're the alpha now. Since the calamity disrupted the land's etheric currents, such crystals have become comparatively commonplace, which includes cause of great woe, yada frickin' yudu. However, if we could theoretically use a corrupted crystal to convert the wind-aspected ether comprising Garuda's barrier into ether of another aspect, one she cannot control. With certain modifications, the Enterprise should be able to deliver us to the Howling Eye. Yeah, by memory, this series of quests isn't as bad as the Titan nonsense, but I don't remember these quests fondly. Do we know how much this was pulled down a little bit? Because, yeah, this is pretty much straight-up filler while we wait for Cid to, fix everything. In fact, I'm going to stop reading all these out loud. Unfortunately, I have to do something that I greatly am injured by doing. This is causing me personal, grievous harm, and I want everyone to appreciate what I'm about to do. I am giving a gameplay positive to Stone Vigil. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sunday, right. So I got the lake dungeon, you know, the spoilery lake dungeon, which is spoilery. And there's the tank in there, I think, had never tanked before in his life. I'm not sure that I have seen a worse tank in my history of playing FF14. I felt really bad for them, actually. I want you to imagine for a second that this is the boss right here, okay? And I want you to imagine that you're in a big circular area, and this boss likes to face a direction and go and just kind of breathe fire in that area. Where would you tank this boss? I'll just skip ahead because I want to get on with this. So there's this nice big circle. So I'm going to pull the boss over to the edge of the circle. Okay, so far so good. I'm going to turn. Okay. Then I'm going to get behind the boss. Okay. Turn again. Now the boss is facing me, facing the entire arena. Now, hang on. It's actually worse than this because there's also a mechanic on this boss where there's these little barrels you have to kick away to get rid of them, to knock them away. So, if you're over on the edge, some of the barrels just get kicked to right here. Or right over here. Also, the big barrel is always dropped over towards the middle of the arena, over here. We wiped on that boss. I think it's actually the first time I have ever wiped on that boss. Hang on, I got one better. We wiped 5 times on the last dungeon of that boss, which I'm saying vaguely to avoid spoilers. Now, allow me to explain the first way in which we died. Okay, I've got this. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna tank this mob. Alright, I've got the mob. Oh no! I better be doing this while I'm a tank. Yep. By the way, this is another conal breathing dragon type mob. Yep. Just breathe any given direction, and the healer's dead. No problem. We got the... Oh, we're dead. Okay. But no. It gets so much worse and funnier than that. Imagine for a moment that the boss has a mechanic, which it does, where it spawns an ad. There's the ad! Pwah! As soon as you kill the ad drops a little item on the ground, right? Now, you pop this item, and this item gives you a little circle right about there, and that circle prevents you from taking all damage when you're in it. Meanwhile, the boss is doing I'm going to kill the crap out of your entire group unless you're in this circle attack. It's very obvious, it's almost impossible to miss. So, I kill the mob. It's got low health, I could do it by myself. Drop the item. Pop the item. Circle goes up. Tank says, no problem. I rush the mob. I rush into the circle and everything's cool. But then, the mob he's tanking, the dragon, starts doing his breath attack facing us. So naturally, the tank immediately rushes out of the invuln thing to avoid the breath attack and then dies instantly. Lord Reloaded can back me up. I was in a meeting with him while I was doing this dungeon, and every now and again, as we're talking about some rewrite stuff, I would just pause to say, "What are you doing? Oh my god!" Yes, Rax. I did, in fact, have to remind him that tanking stance is a thing towards the beginning of the dungeon. I could actually keep going. That whole run was insane. But I've never wiped that many times in that dungeon before. That was just... that was just... Oh, man. Anyways. Moving on. Sorry, my ear itched. Some people actually have accused me of cleaning out my ears on camera, and they're actually wrong. I am scratching my ear on camera. Because I wear headphones along, the only way I can scratch my ear appropriately is with Q-tips. This is actually important. Do not try to clean out your ear with Q-tips. By all intents and purposes, and by every account, both myself and that I've read, that's not a good way to do it. Nope, that was this last Sunday. I was not streaming during it. It was in the evening. Like I said, I was in a Discord call with Lore Reloaded while this was happening. See, I'm not going to read all this out loud. I just got to be blunt about that. So let's just kind of... Yep. Yep, corrupted crystals. There's a hermit. But I wish to harvest a corrupted crystal. At least take the necessary precautions so you do not suffer from exposure to harmful energies. I'm beginning to wonder if you have sufficient qualifications to handle hazardous materials. Luckily for you, I have precisely the means. I'm afraid you're incredibly wrong, Von Falkenstein, because actually what you're talking about is a completely separate instance of a tank being a complete moron, which was happening during Lore Week. That was in a raid, though, as opposed to this, which was in a dungeon. So yeah, alright, let's go. Ba-dum-bum. No music. Who needs music? Hang on, let's get some music going here. If I can find it. Hello? Really? There we go. Alright, let's do it. Whoop, wrong place. Oh, sure, now music plays. Thanks. Yep. Yep, you're super genius for working with corrupted crystals. Calais. Yep, yep. We're going to the Burning Wall. Yep. We must descend into the deepest depths to fight murderous Mirror Knights. And, yep, okay, cool. Yep, everything's cool. Everything's cool here. Up. And the music's gone. I should probably mention, this quest does actually suck. It's hard to show that off properly without taking too much time, and honestly, I don't care enough to really show this off properly. All you need to do is look around yourself for a second, and remember that you had to do this without flying. And go all the way down here without flying. Before you ask, no, you can't just jump over the edge. There are invisible walls preventing that. This quest sucks. Also, yeah, the enemies here are actually pretty mean. Which, that's not a terrible thing, it just kind of compounds the existing problem. I was about to say, I should know this because I used to have to do the frickin' relic down here. Because relic books suck. We've already given those negatives. Anyways, please enjoy me just flying out of this place. I know I am. That is legitimately satisfying. Just nope, I'm out, and I'm done. I'm already out. That took seconds. Gotcha, crystal. Prodigiously large and lovely crystal. Yeah, the Burning Wall sucks to navigate, and its enemies suck, and it's just irritation on top of actually difficulty. And that's kind of irritating because, you know, there's no way to avoid the accusation of, you just want the game too easy. But no, the Burning Wall just sucks. On the bright side, flying mounts. The greatest invention to all MMOs ever. So, here you go, dude. We got it. Everything I just did, that took, what, 3 minutes? Imagine spending closer to half an hour doing what I just did. That might be underballing it, by the way. To do one quest. This crystal will only strengthen the barrier. Got it. If I had known your intent, I would have never sent you to him. But what is science if not trial and error? So in case you missed that, we just did that for absolutely nothing. That's what we call rubbing the player's face in it. Okay. Now time to go to the other end of the world. I believe only for the second time in the actual narrative so far. Mr. Red is... Mr. Red is stuck. But should have been unstuck. We still haven't done anything with the Sahagins. Oh, hey, we got the slow bug. There we go. Which are over there, by the way. Just in that direction. Oh, hey, there's some weird lighthouse-looking thing. Huh. Anyways, moving on. Hi. I'm looking for ether. Corrupted ether. I'm not here. I've got a pot. I'm legit. The professor actually sent me. Yep. It's cool. You apologized. We're cool here. The Pharaoh Sirius is replete with corrupted crystals. I believe this is when we get the branching quest to go to Pharaoh Sirius, but that is optional and we'll be doing that later. That's the lighthouse I just mentioned. Oh, Pharaoh is 50? Okay, I'm misremembering then. Because, yeah, we're still in 43? Nope, 42 range. Oh, for Christ's sakes. Nope. Where is this person? Oh my god. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore them. They don't exist. They don't exist. You're clean on traveling to the Isles of Umbra. Oh, that's right. This is when we get the waypoint out there, isn't it? There's nothing out there but death, death, and more death. So that's obviously where I want to go. The Isles of Umbra. Ever since we were forced to abandon Pharaoh Sirius, the Isles have become not more than a graveyard for ships unable to navigate the shores, and a purgatory for the souls dragged down with them. You overestimate, right? Well, that's what they're talking about over there. There's the Isles. There's the ships. Plural. Alright, where is this asshole? Where are you? Reveal yourself to me. You startled me. Yep. Well, moving on. So it's infested with undead. That is a very, very interesting development. Excuse me while I gather my thoughts. Worry not, I've given your findings some thoughts and I've concluded this stock of spirits is not more than local folklore. Maybe it's too dangerous. Anyways, I paid a visit to the pub. I found a man. He was bent to the Isle. Have a talk with him instead of me. I'm pretty sure in fact, actually, hang on. Let's see here. So, at this point, obviously until the MSQQ, we're done with dungeons. But, let me fast forward a little bit here. Snowcloak. Keeper of the Lake are it. So there's actually only 2 dungeons in ARR that we haven't done that aren't optional. I'm phrasing that weirdly, I apologize, but you get the idea. So pretty much every other dungeon is an optional dungeon, that's what I'm trying to say. You, talk to me. I have to go back. She calls to me. She sings a siren call to me. Siren, release me. I'll go to her. Yes, yes. Is Siren attractive? I don't remember what Siren looks like all of a sudden. Like, I was trying to mentally picture Siren, and I just remembered Garuda, and it's like, no. But she's a Siren, so that's the important part. I just double-checked. Karn is not a part of ARR. Or rather, it's not part of the main story quest of ARR. It's part of the optional stuff. There's a pretty big list of optional dungeons, which we will be doing not today. Off the top of my head, we've got Halatali, the Sunken Temple of Karn, Cutter's Cry, Samil Darkhold, Aram Vale, Wanderer's Palace, Ampedor Keep, Pharaoh Sirius, Copperbell 2, Hawk 2, Lost City of Ampedor, Halati 2, Brave Bloxes 2, Hullbreaker Isle, Stone Vigil 2, Tamtara 2, Sestasha 2, Sunken Temple of Karn 2, Wanderer's Palace 2, Ampedor 2. Totally off the top of my head, definitely don't have a list. Thank you again for that, Rax, by the way, that's really helpful. Hey, I got you a golden feather. Fuck on me, is this what I think it is? Nah, it couldn't be. You found this. Where'd you find it? Him. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. Alright. I've been trying to... Yep, okay. Okay, yep. Okay. You want to go to Umbra. Which one was this week's, Ross? Yep. He's heading to get permission to go to the Isles of Umbra. Yep, I'm going without you because she's terrified of undeath, and she probably should be. Except, I apparently insist she goes with me. Why? If I die there with 12 as my witness, I will come back to haunt you. Yes, that is what will happen if you die there. That is how that works. Congratulations on understanding what undeath means. The breach. The breach. Hi. This doesn't seem all that bad. It's okay, ignore all the dead. The worse. Not like I know summer. Hold on. Here. Take your pot, go without me. You've already done it. No, excuse me. And she runs away. Honestly, probably the smart move. There's the dungeon. We're not doing this dungeon right now. Yep, access is restricted. I need this. I think I need to leave the group in a second, because there's probably going to be a solo instance. The fires of Pharaoh Sirius were not a product of Mage's thaumaturgy or colossal arcane bonds, but a elaborate contraption fueled by ethereal energy. Repairs are ongoing. That's okay. You will allow me to harvest some corrupted crystal if I go do your job for you. It's okay, I'm pretty used to that at this point. Dead people everywhere, just shuffling towards the water. Ah, right. The digging underground one. I remember that one now. That's the voice. It took everything in my effort to stay away from the voice. You could say she had a voice of the sirens. Rax continues to be dressed for the area. See, I dress for the class. He dresses for... But he dresses with class. There we go. That's how I want to phrase that. Alluring voice. That's familiar, but that's impossible. They're all dead, aren't they? I wouldn't worry about it. If they have returned, it's nothing. Everything's cool. Anyway, he grew tired of waiting for the lanky young lad with the 1,000 yalm stare to return, which I'm assuming is you. Buddy, you have no idea. I don't know what arrangement you had. You should probably go explain yourself. Okay. Don't worry, I'm not actually doing Pharos right now. I actually genuinely dislike Pharos, and Unlike some of the previous dungeons, I think I could give some objective reasons why this dungeon kind of sucks. Remember how I mentioned some mechanics aren't explained at all? Oh. Anyways, some honey-voiced harlot has been calling out to all that wander near the ship graveyard. Bloody hells, this takes me back to my days as a cannon boy. They wouldn't dare, would they? I think a siren's behind this, not one of the sanguine variety. The other kind, the kind with feathers. Yep. So we know what sirens are. Thank you. Von Falkenstein asks, when will you stream Alpha Centauri, the best 4X game ever? Those are two separate, unrelated questions, sir! I don't know, is the answer. Yep, solo only. I was expecting this. I remember this little thing here. I know this is only an issue with me, but a lot of games turn me off if footsteps sound too repetitive. Has this ever happened to you? Yes, but only occasionally. Footstep sound design is actually more of a nuance to it than most people would probably think, as most aspects of sound design are. If you just hear clop, 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 that gets old fast. See one of the most common complaints about Final Fantasy XIII. Yeah, I'm sure no one's actually coming. We should just go home. Zactaf says, do I think this game will do well on PS4 or PS5? Is FF14 actually coming out on PS5? Either way, I don't know what its sales figures have been like on the PS4. Apparently this is out on PS5, right? So this is what Siren looks like. Okay. That's terrifying. Oh my god, that hair! Quick, lad, shove plugs in your ears. Okay. Waiting. Well, while I'm waiting, Nithrius says, we're helping the Warhammer 40k Empire rout out heretics. Wow, you can tell I'm behind on my questions. Holy crap. But yes. The Ishgardian situation is a little bit more related to Warhammer 40k's Inquisition and the complexities thereof than it might actually seem at first. Loke says, did you ever respond to my dragon question? Probably. Yes, I did. You asked me my favorite type of dragons, what setting it's from, to which I said Warcraft, as well as my own. And then you asked for a favorite individual dragon, to which I said Deathwing, who is a fascinating, cool, awesome dragon with lots of backstory and plot relevance. A punch! I said it a little more verbosely last time, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's actually funny. We've had surprisingly little downtime, which is actually good. No! The fire! I'll kill you. Oh, hello. Well, part of the problem, and this is WoW's problem in general, is WoW has a tendency to not know how to use its own villains. Deathwing has quite literally been around since Warcraft 2, for God's sakes. And is directly connected to several major plot threads. And yet, you know, most people just think he's a big old dragon. Yeah, Deathwing has characterization. A lot of characterization. The plight, the curse of Deathwing is horrific. No, not the old god curse. The Titan curse. I'm sorry, I just got to share this really quick. I want you to imagine that you have been granted the power of the earth, and now the actual very nature of the earth is your responsibility. Cool, right? Except because of the tremendous weight of that, and because of how directly connected your soul and essence are to the planet, you feel the earth. The weight, the magnetism, the crushing, the earthquakes. Just imagine constantly feeling at all times, every second of every day, like there is a colossal mountain burying you. And that was before the old gods got involved. Yeah, no, Deathwing's an awesome character. Sorry. Because the Titans are stupid. It's alright. I'm better than that. Happy as a sailor in a whorehouse. Anyways, we got rid of the siren. Yay. We'll never fight her again. Yes, Naltharion. That is his name. I don't know if you spelled it right, but yeah, you missed the L. Naltharion. Yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. Just imagine feeling the earth all the time. God. Horrifying. Oh, by the way, the old gods are buried in the earth? It was a siren. Yes, I had earplugs. I would probably carry those around if I were you. Hey, Zira. Yeah, we're barreling towards Garuda. We might actually hit it today, and by might, I mean that is the goal. Yeah, I was gonna say, so that's full-on filler. And a lot of nonsense aside. Like, I'm already leaning towards a gameplay negative for this crap. After the garbage we had to deal with in the frick... I would probably give it a gameplay negative just for the section where we went into the frickin' burning wall, because that is just awful. You looking hale, and I must say, more importantly, alive! You are alive, aren't you? Yes, I'm alive. Aha! The conquering hero returns. Very impressive specimen. Yes, yes. A volatile overabundance of fire aspected ether. Wait, you want ice? Well, this specimen won't help you. Congratulations on the second entire quest for no reason. Game, stop rubbing it in my face. It's not funny. I'm sorry, so I remember having a similar reaction to what I'm currently, admittedly, over-exaggerating a bit for camera sake. But having a similar reaction to this the last time I did through this quest, because we just came from Ishgard, which was brilliantly written, to this nonsense. So, now we go to Gridania to get the correct ether this time. Definitely. Why is there a... I don't even want to know. To Gridania. I know, right? Von Falkenstein's like, hey, brilliant. All right. Let's get some questions out while we're doing these stupid quests. Is the Inquisitor a good, bad character, or get off my screen, bad character? Good, bad. Good, bad. My opinion, of course. But honestly, despite my protestations, I don't think any of the characters in the Ishgardian arc we just did are get off my screen. There are... I guess there is one character in Heavensward that is actually a get off my screen character. I'll talk about him when we get there. And that's just for me. I don't know if anybody agrees with me on that. I'll give you a hint. He's a zealot. Greetings and salutations. Yes, yes. Uh-huh, yep. You just wasted your time on 2 entire story arcs, but it's okay. Oh my god, I forgot the name of this thing is called Giggity. The name of this enemy is Giggity. I am not joking. I have to procure... What is my life? Loke says, why do I get the feeling there wouldn't be much of a populace in this empire when you're through cleaning it up? I mean... no, I was right, I was right. Follow your instincts, lore. Oh god, you're right, Bragwin. I've had that too. Not recently. But it was just, why has this been packed this way? This is not how you make a burrito. Favorite extreme primal fight. Okay, so I've done a few extreme primal fights, but I'm going to be completely honest. Between regular, hard, extreme, unreal, and savage, I don't remember which one's which off the top of my head. That being said, just going from primal fights that are my favorite fight, amongst the old ones, I would actually probably agree with you. I think Shiva is a very well done fight. It's probably one of the better of the old primal fights. Let me just kill this crater golem real quick here. There we go. And then back to Gridania. By the way, try to remember doing everything I just did and getting out of here and all that. No flying mount, just remember that. Oh, dude. I remember this one burrito I had. This was actually somewhat recently. It was a Chipotle, specifically burrito. And the guac, like, so here's the burrito. Here was the guac up in the corner. So there was just a bite full of guacamole, and there was none in the entire rest of the burrito. Apropos Enterprise, how is the rewrite progressing? Actually, quite well. Every meeting we have, we discuss a few things, and let's just say we're moving forward in what and how we're going to produce it. Obviously, I have not had time to actually work on the animations, but we may not be doing the animations long term. Hi, Maverick. You might be here in time for Garuda. Hey, I brought you a corrupted crystal. Hopefully the right type this time. Yep. You finally obtained the corrupted crystal you sought, one overflowing with earth aspected ether. Calm down, calm down. I'm joking. It's ice. I propose a negative to gameplay and story for this quest arc. Story for being boring filler. Doesn't even do any world building like some of the filler does. It's not good filler, because there is such a thing as good filler. This is padding filler. It doesn't do anything other than maybe introduce the Pharaoh Sirius, if you can even count that, which I don't. And on the gameplay axis, you have to go through and around irritating places to reach consistently while dealing with irritating mobs to fight through. I haven't shown that properly because screw all that nonsense, but please trust me on this. Would anybody like to disagree? Oh, I love burritos. I could live off burritos. Thoughts on the Prince of Persia series? Never played them. Other than the original, of course. The rotoscoped. The side-scroller. That's the only one... What the heck? That's... approaching cool looking. I don't like that. I've been told that several times, Rex, but never gotten around to it. As I've said many times, I kind of unintentionally skipped over the PS2/GameCube era because the whole, barely surviving, and then post-college, and then homeless, and then playing on a friend's, GameCube kind of thing. So I only got exposed to a small number of games during that particular era. I didn't really come back to gaming until around the Wii and the PS3. Pan-fried bacon or oven bacon? Oven, 100%. Depends on how greasy you want it, how much you want it to cook in its own fat. If you want it to cook in its own fat, you do it in a pan in the oven. If you don't, you do it on a grill in the oven. Yep, so here it is. Here's the crystal. We'll need to run some tests, but this is it. Worry not. I'll see that your hard work doesn't go to waste. Where's my review so I can give those negatives? Gameplay negatives. Story negatives. Alright, I don't want to be aggressively negative, so I'll be willing to be talked down from this. But as I'm actually thinking it out, I think this arc we just went through might deserve 2 story negatives. So hear me out for a second. The first story negative is obvious. It sucks. But here's the second thing. Add into it the fact that we are in lore in a hurry. In fact, we just did an entire side arc during which we were constantly being reminded of how much of a hurry we were in. And it is constantly re-emphasized how Garuda is growing in power by the hour. And then we go and roam around doing all this nonsense, and at each point in time, the NPCs actively make fun of the fact that they're wasting our times. And 2/3 of the questing are completely wasted. And yeah, they keep rubbing it in our faces. This is nonsense. This is actually worse than the Titan thing, because at least during the pre-Titan quest, there was something there, right? And they weren't being dicks about it. And the pre-Titan stuff was actually longer. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna give it a second negative. This quest arc sucks. You're right, Rax. ARR is just straight up bipolar. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Jesus Christ. All right. So whatever. I've never tried a durian. No, Baron. Oh my gosh. Yep. Can I please go fight? Okay, who wants to join me for Garuda? Other than Maverick, because Maverick I don't think has joined us for anything yet. Pretty sure this is still a 4-man. I think this is the last of the 4-mans, but I'm pretty sure this is still 4-man. Yeah, we can get Zira in here, so we'll get Zira in here. Hang on, let me jot this down. Get some notes. Garuda. So we're gonna have... I'll be a monk again. I can be whatever. Where's Maverick? There's Maverick. Where's Zero? I don't see Zero for some... There's Zero. Just blind. That's a good question, Pillars of Snow. Yeah, no kidding. And I need someone else. Who else we got? We got a lot of people suggesting. Hang on. So Zero wants to go, obviously. So it's gonna... Let me track a few things here. So Zero's coming twice. And this is our first one with Maverick. And let's see. Pretzel. I need to add another column for your frickin' nickname. What's your character name, Pretzel? Literally. Okay, so that's actually what I thought, but I want to be sure. And I know Narakxia is Pillars. And Z is Z, Reggie's Reggie, 0, 0. Gigapudding is Gigapudding. Serona Opacare. I think that's US and Corp. I think. I don't remember who Clyde is. That's Jordan, isn't it? I don't know who Nice is. N-A-I-S-E. Nice, nice. Whatever. Okay, so it's gonna be me. Obviously, we're gonna bring... So Zero's gonna tank. which will be Gunbreaker. Gun. Maverick's going to bring Machinist. We do need a healer. I can heal if I have to. Or we could bring US and Corp. I don't know, you've... oh no, you've only come to one so far, so sure, we'll bring you. Serona, it is... There we go. Which heal are you bringing? A Scholar. And I'll go ahead and stay on Monk for now. Okay. Sweet. Okay. According to my tests, the device is now functioning in perfect harmony with the crystal, meaning we can leave whenever you're ready. But you must understand, tests can only tell you so much. Until we approach the Howling Eye, until we attempt to breach the barrier, I cannot be sure it'll work. I think it's only fair to tell you there's a small but statistically significant chance the crystal could trigger a massive... you know, maybe it's better we remain positive. Anyways, I wanted to thank you. Sid, dude, all joking aside, all everything else aside, I have got your back. You're cold, in my book. For reuniting me with my ship, for trusting in me to develop this plan, for everything. You've helped me rediscover a part of myself I'd forgotten. I am not the man I once was, probably for the better. And I do not know if I ever shall be, but I do know one thing. This feels right. My apologies for the sudden outpouring of sentiment. I would have waited until after the mission, but you might be about to go die. Also, Serona has just become a sage. Serona, sage. So hang on. Loke said something that I missed because I was typing stuff up.
There. She's ready.
God, that voice actor. Sorry. So Loke says, what really bothers me is there's no indication these people could effectively deal with this, yet they keep this up. Unlike with the Ocean City. Oh, you're talking about how they just managed to endure against Garuda, despite the fact that Garuda is, you know, the strongest and the meanest and the most powerful and the most venerated, and, if you were paying attention, is one of the only beast tribes who they are currently in active warfare with. The goblins, kobolds, whatevers have just been kind of chill until we invaded them. The Sahagins are manipulating but not actively attacking, and the and then the Amalja are doing it. So the Amalja and the Ixal are the only two beast tribes which are actively attacking their respective city-states. And yet somehow they're fine against this, especially Gridania, which is probably the least equipped to deal with Garuda. But whatever, let's go kill her. And admire her ass.
Ah, she stirs.
Aw, that's actually kind of cool of you, Alphino.
To Coerthas, and an audience with the Harpy Queen Garuda. Enterprise, engage.
Activate Gloof. I mean, look at us. We're just glued to the floor. Do you see the angle we're slanting up at? Dun dun dun! He has the eye. Although we don't know what that means yet.
Damn it. Ah, I once flew in this airship, and I was not alone. There were adventurers on board. Adventurers like you.
And we go flying over the edge.
Just how long have I worn these damn goggles? Yes, I fancied myself a trendsetter in my younger days. The young prodigy, admired by all, exactly like his father. Born and raised in Garlemald. It was only natural that the precocious young student should become an engineer. Had his father not done the same? Father, when did we stop seeing eye to eye?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Become your everything, and your loved ones cease to matter. You abandoned us all, but he was there for me, Father. There for me when you were not.
Yeah, by the way, just for those keeping track, this is the second time Gaius has been on camera. We've seen plenty of Nero and Livia and a little bit of Dorcas. I can't even remember his name. But this is only the second time Gaius has shown up. Interesting to think about, isn't it?
Though he proved no better in the end. Gaius was just another man with an all-consuming obsession. And so I ran, left the Empire behind and came to Eorzea, where I built the ironworks.
With Biggs and Wedge. Don't think too much about it.
Ah yes, it was then that I first donned these goggles. Eorzea opened my eyes. It was home to so many manner of people, each with their own hopes and dreams. People worth saving, and so I fought beside them.
So, the reason for that scene is, that scene is there for 1.0 players who actually did interact with Sid. We are obviously not a 1.0 character, nor have I ever had one because I abandoned that account in disgust. But, if you were a 1.0 character, when you made your 2.0 character, you were actually canonically playing the same character. So, that was the 1.0 character in the middle of them being tossed into the future by Louis Soir, giving the goggles to Sid.
I wanted to prove that my knowledge could serve a nobler purpose. I wanted to prove that there was another way. And it all began that day when I found my new home.
The savages. Sorry. Oh my god, we're way up in the air. Do we have to be this high up?
I had forgotten how wonderful it was. The wind in your hair, the endless sky. that light. It was you, wasn't it?
Well, you know.
It's surprising how few people know this, but all pureblood Garleans have a third eye. Perhaps mine helped me recognize you, or perhaps it was just a lucky guess.
We'll talk about Gaius tomorrow. There's no way we're going to hit the MSQQ tonight.
The Enterprise was made for this. To carry Eorzea's protectors into battle. I am proud to be able to call her my own.
Sid? What exactly do you remember?
Everything. Even...
Alfinord, my boy. Sorry to have been such a burden. I remember everything. My name, my people, and my purpose. Everything. Come, it would be rude to keep Garuda waiting.
Night, Mr. Red. But yeah, there's no way we're going to hit the MSQQ tonight, because even after we finish this, which is also going to involve another big cutscene, because remember, this is kind of the final battle we're building up to here. After this, we have something like 15 quests, several of which are nice, big, long quests, and our first trial, I think. Cape West... Yeah, Cape Westwind. Alright, so we made it to the Vortex. All of our efforts and travails were for this, the final battle. I'm obviously being a little facetious because, you know, this is just the first expansion, but to be clear, this is being built up as a major, significant event, and it should be, because it is a major and significant event. This is us going after the biggest, meanest primal that we know of, and one that has already been actively causing problems on a grand scale. Ifrit was kind of low tier and recently summoned. Oh, right. Hang on. Thank you. I still have it off. But yes, remove your gear. Remove your accessories. We almost don't have to do that anymore. But yeah, Ifrit was kind of new. Titan was recently summoned. Yeah, hiding in a cave. Garuda's leading an army. So, let's hit the... Come on. There we go. So let's do it. Dares intrude upon my sanctuary. Even the music. Your insolence shall not go unpunished, landwalkers. "12 preserves, she's huge! As I live and breathe." You two should probably back off. Over there, look. No. No. Malja and Kobold prisoners, but why would the Ixal bring them here? I'll give you a hint. Whither come you hither, foolish mortals? Garuda, we are come to put an end to your reign of terror. Hear you this blasphemy, my children? These landwalkers would bring me low. You who are bound to crawl upon the earth should revere me, for I am the wind. Do not take to the skies and slip to your defenses. We are bound by nothing, Garuda. You think your playthings give you strength? They will not help you here, Landwalker. This is my realm, where none can challenge my supremacy. Struggle though you may, I shall take the roots with your blood and festoon the canopy with your entrails. Sure thing, Featherless. Leave the Ixal to us. You fight the god over there. Alright. it. And that was Garuda. Sorry, I decided to stay quiet so you can enjoy the music. I could have explained the fight. This is my realm. You have no hope here. None! By the way, thank you, Jedi Master Spooky. Very much for the bits. Sorry for the timing. I will go ahead and jot those down for Stargate SG-1. Did you truly believe you could defy a god? Yeah, I've done it before. A lot, actually. Yeah, the fight is semi-simple, but not in a bad way. She summons the feathers. The feathers need to be taken care of pretty much immediately. There's a lot of positioning. The amount of pillar left, I believe, I could be misremembering this, but I believe the larger the pillar that's left, the more rocks on it, the more it reduces the damage from her AoEs. And she will regularly do nice big AoE cleaves, which you can heal through, or you can try to, you know, not take damage from. The feathers will actually damage the pillar, so you have less of that. And I think all the other stuff about her fight is exclusive to her hard mode, so... She has a wealth of crystals. Their gifts sustain me. Their faith empowers me. None save my children will escape the reckoning, and those who would use my crystals to waken the rest shall realize the folly of their faith. And then all shall worship none but me, the one true God. Of course, worship, so long as the Ixal keep praying, shall never fall. Wasn't that your job? I just killed... Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of, Rex. I actually still mentally was prepared for that, and then, you know, nothing happened. Anyways. This is only the beginning, Landwalkers. All who oppose me shall suffer for their defiance. Also, notice how Garuda even looks like, you know, a boss, a final boss kind of a thing. She's even got, like, 17 wings. So then I will take vengeance on the sea lice. Their wooden boats cannot outrun the wind. Tremble, mortals, for I shall visit you all in time, and it will all be mine. You, Landwalker, who dared first raise your hand against me, you should be the first to pay for your sins, not with death, but with your life. You will serve me to your last breath. Yeah, it doesn't work on me. No. No, I claimed you. You should be mine. That's mine, thank you. Last one. We can go to Ganon's tower now. What are you? What have you done to me? No mortal should possess such power. This is impossible. I mean... Alright, sorry, Gaius's tower. Not bad. Oh! We did it! I'm being attacked by a giant lightning sword. Yeah, no, it's actually the next cutscene. This is probably when Era really starts to get cutscene heavy. Because you notice this is 3 big cutscenes for something like a 2-minute fight. It's okay. The ratio evens out a little bit later on. ARR is the only one that's...
Why do you not tremble at my might? Why do you not beg for mercy? Why do you not die?
ARR is the only one with an uneven ratio of cutscene to gameplay. That's all I was going to say.
We've done it!
Ah! Impossible it is!
Kill you all! Is that all?
Hi, Gaius.
O Lady of the Vortex, O mighty Garuda. Of all primals, the most terrible, I say again, is that all?
Gaius!
Ah, Sid, my boy, you look well. For one who has forsaken kin and country. I wonder what else you will forsake before the day is done.
What?
What exactly did you hope to accomplish here this day? Well, I shall accomplish far more.
By the way, for those of you not catching it, that's Ansem the Wise. Or excuse me, Ansem the Seeker of Darkness. A.K.A. Richard Epcar. He's good at hamming it up, and I think that's part of why he works well here.
Is that all? Insolent mortal! I shall make you suffer! That foul stench! I see now. She has touched you! Very well.
Seven hells, does she still mean to fight?
Our Lord of the Inferno, Almighty Ifrit, grant us succor in our hour of need.
Save
Keep us tightened, Lord of Crags! It hurts us so! The pain! The pain!
What is she? 12 preserve. She cannot mean to... No. No, this is all wrong.
Stop gawping, boy. We must run.
You guys run, I'm busy. Oh, I guess I'm running too. Okay.
Surrender yourselves unto me. I would feast upon your ether. None shall stand against the wind.
Oh, hey, it's that random thing in the cutscene like 70 hours ago. Do you remember that?
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire!
This is probably my favorite visual design for any Ultima Weapon.
It is you who will suffer, Garuda. Ancient Alec had ways of dealing with your kind. Now, look on their ultimate weapon, Icon, and despair.
By the way, there's been extremely scant references to Aleg. I've been deliberately not mentioning them because they've been so rare as to just be a background element. This is the first time they've actually mentioned that on camera. They're gonna come up a lot more later.
No! No!
Magnificent. It exceeds all expectation.
Yeah, we'll get to the Alegs. I always have trouble with that pronunciation. Allegon.
With each primal it consumes, it grows more powerful. A marvel, is it not?
Such is the fate of those who oppose the Empire. There will be no warriors of light to save you this time. If your leaders are as wise as they are reported, they will surrender. Your skills are impressive, but they will not be enough.
"12, have mercy. What chance have we against such an ungodly creation? And who was that armored devil?"
That was Gaius van Balsar, legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and Supreme Commander of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea.
Of course. The Black Wolf. How could I not realize? Grandfather mentions him in his journal.
I was never so naive as to think the man would abandon his ambitions. But these developments are beyond my worst expectations. What have you been doing these past 5 years? How could something of this magnitude have escaped the Alliance's attention?
We heard no whispers, saw no signs. In the wake of the calamity, the Empire seized land and built outposts, but that was the extent of their aggression.
Damn it, Gaius. Where in the seven hells did you find that thing?
It has been a day of unexpected developments, but the fact remains, Garuda is no longer a threat. While I take no comfort in the manner of her downfall, it does mean that we may safely put the matter of the primals to one side, for the time being at least.
Which just leaves the matter of Gaius's new toy.
Indeed. That weapon poses the greatest threat to Eorzea. It must be destroyed. But first, we must needs find out all we can. Let us make for Vesper Bay. We shall rebuild the scions. All is not yet lost, my friend, for we bear the light, and shall surely lead our people from the darkness.
Against a weapon that eats primals. Literally. That is a great cutscene. That's actually probably the first cutscene in the game that actually does something I've been complaining about this entire time. Presentation. It actually feels as important as it actually should be. That's a big moment. Ultima Weapon gets a wonderful introduction. Yeah, exactly, Blade Torval. We defeated Ifrit, we defeat Titan, we kind of defeat Garuda, have some issues there, and then Ultima just shows up and just stomps them. And the actual sound design, visual design, the storyboarding, all that actually sells the scene for once. Probably because there wasn't a lot of voice acting there with, other than, of course, you know, Ansem. So yeah, this is also part of why I kept emphasizing that the game has been building up Garuda to be the final boss. This is an effective use of Wharf Effect. You introduce something powerful, and then you make it weaker to further emphasize something else as being more powerful. It's usually done badly. This is an example of it being done well. Wharf Effect. It's from Star Trek, Lord Aramon. I didn't come up with that one. I had to rename Son of Moog Effect in order to accommodate the existence of Wharf Effect. Well, that was an experience I'd rather not have again. Speak for yourself, that was awesome. Something that's been troubling. Shortly before the Black Wolf took center stage, when Garuda attempted to claim you as your own, I could have sworn I saw... don't worry about it. Anyways, no beast tribe will dare summon their god as long as that weapon exists. Truly a more effective deterrent I could not imagine. This almost seems a shame to plot its destruction. Mean. What class do you think I should bring to the MSQQ tomorrow? Because I can bring anything. And I will be switching, as I switch every day. It is past time we return to the Waking Sands. Yep, okay. Yeah, that's why I was debating. Oh, no, that's a stupid question. I actually bothered to get... is this it? No, that's not it. Is it this one? There it is. I'll be bringing my paladin. Ta-da! This is not a glamour, by the way. This is actually what I have equipped on right now. An actual suit of 50 gear I put together for this. Plus my relics, of course. So I'll bring my paladin. That seems appropriate. The first time I did the MSQQ, I did it as a paladin. I don't want to grab the artifact gear, because it sucks. Also, this was actually the gear I was wearing when I did the MSQQ. I had the tomestones for it, and I was way ahead of the leveling curve. I was like 50-something. 55, I think, by this point in time. Some of you remember that. I was in Ironworks gear for a while there. So no, I'll be wearing my tank suit from ARR. It's actually specifically why I sought this out. But I should probably switch back to being a monk for right now. A little darker than I remember. Tell me, Laura, does odd here strike you as odd? I see signs of recent habitation. We have trespassers. Da-na-na-na. Wait. Who goes there? I know Ida. Alphino, lore, holy crap. Wait, is this Sid? Not that I'm aware of. It's been a while, Ida. Hi. It's okay, Ida. It's okay. Relax. We're all good here. Everything's cool. This place has seen better days. I wasn't actually here. I was in talks at the Adder's Nest. First I knew about it was when I came back, and I saw... Oh, poor Ida. The church had taken the bodies, but that still left the stains. It's hard to know where to start if Ishtola hadn't been here to help me. Wait, Ishtola's here too? Yeah, but not right now. She's gone to Ulda to meet a man who might know where the others... Where's Thancred? Where's Papalimo? Where's... Oh, okay. Papalimo and Midfilia aren't amongst the dead. Ishtola thinks they were taken somewhere. Where's Urian J? Why would he want them? Because they possess something he desires, knowledge of another power that can be brought to bear against the primals, one that Gaius has yet to harness. The Echo. Yeah, we'll talk about the Empire and the Echo later. Gaius will be aware of its existence, as well as the immunity it grants to the gifted of the primal's influence. Powerful though his Alagan weapon may be, he would doubtless desire such protection. He means to use Minfilia to gain an understanding of the Echo, none of which explains how the Empire came to know the location of the Waking Sands in the first place. No matter. Yeah, where the hell is Urianje? Sorry. Can I count on you, Ida? Yeah. Okay, cool. For now, we rest. Okay. That does not look restful at all.
Hear, feel, think.
Damn it, Lavos, leave me alone. God.
Bringer of light, brave gatherer of the crystals, thy soul burneth bright. I am Hydaelyn, all made one. Hearken unto me now, for the darkness doth begin to spread. Wear thee the bearer of the crimson brand, for he is the avatar of shadow, whom death attendeth always. The crystals shall be thy salvation, thy blade and shield both. Steel thyself, For at the appointed hour, thou shalt stare into the heart of darkness. Go with caution, my child, but fear not, for I am ever with thee.
Ishtola! Hi, Ishtola. We have not yet talked about Heidelin, nor will we for a very, very long time. That we should meet each other thus defies explanation. It's as if the benevolent hand of Master Louisoix guides us still. Well, I mean... he would not see us undone so easily. Not now when our need is so great. I know where Minfilia and the others are being held. Where? An Imperial stronghold at the heart of Mordona. Castrum's Sentry. Yeah, Niall von Idiot was the one who pulled down Meteor, and we will talk about that too during the Coils. Pretty much an entire raid arc devoted towards wrapping up that story plot, that plot point. It is still possible to play FF11. It is, however, not possible to enjoy FF11. The rescue of our allies will be no small undertaking. Even under normal circumstances, breaching the defenses of an Imperial Castrum is a highly dangerous proposition. But now that it houses prisoners whom the Garleans deem valuable, we must be confident they have taken additional measures. Can I just walk up to the front door? Please? Please? No, okay. We know someone who will help us, Lord Portelaine of House Durandare. He is stationed at the Observatorium. Well, Spartan, you are truly mad. I love this mech so much. Could you enjoy FF11 before? FF11, let's be clear, has gotten better, not worse. God, it was so much worse at launch. It was so much worse. Oh, man. It was no FF14 1.0. Nothing is. But still. Lord, the man who unmasked the heretic. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? Oh, you're an associate of Ishtola. Of course. Lord Drenamond confided to me you were a scion of the Seventh Dawn. Oh, yes. Ah! Castrum's Sentry? What interest have you in the Imperials? Well, we like killing them, but more to the point. They hold several of our number, whom we intend to free. Any information you can provide would be greatly appreciated. I see. That might explain our scouts' reports. They observed 4 prisoners being led into the castrum. A Huron woman, Elizon man, and 2 Lalafels. 1 male, 1 female. Well, there's Urianger, and Papalimo, and Tataru, and Minfilia. Well, that's Thancred. If that scant morsel of us used to you, you may be interested to hear more about a more recent incident. An Imperial airship made an emergency landing here in Coerthas not long ago. 2 men believed to be prisoners, a Rogadin and a Lalafell, were seen fleeing the craft. What'd you say? A Rogadin and a Lalafell. Neither wore Imperial dress, and both seemed disinclined to wait for rescue, hence our assumption they were both prisoners. Well, I'll be damned. Biggs and Wedge! Yeah, that's right. They're already in this game more than they were in FF6. Or any FF other than 8. So yes, let's go rescue Biggs and Wedge, because we're awesome. Yep. The manner of the escape has been about. Shortly after the prisoners vacated the airship, our scouts observed Imperial troops setting off in pursuit. Well, let's friggin' go, then! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Please let me rescue Biggs and Wedge. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a cutscene! I still can't rescue them! I do too, Rex. I like Biggs and Wedge, unironically. Think about how much ether is concentrated into a primal. I think that there's 3 of them in that thing. Final preparations are almost complete, my lord. There stands the culmination of 5 long years of painstaking work, but all our efforts will be vindicated when the Emperor's vision becomes reality. At last we have the power to purge this land of its false gods. We shall give the ignorant children of Eorzea the security and stability they so desperately crave, and which their spineless leaders have so palpably failed to provide. As you say, my lord, rest assured, our engineers will not rest until the weapon is fully armed and operational. Dummy! You depart for the Castrum Occidans at midnight. You will command the Western Front in Vilbrand. The Eorzeans will attempt to interfere with our plans. You will see that they do not. Oh, okay, boss. Forgive my impudence. Is it proper to give command to half our forces to, I have given you nothing, Praefectus. You have earned it. That'll be all. Dismissed. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. My quarters. 1 hour. Yeah, they're having sex, by the way. Which is fine until you learn another fact, which I'm not even going to share with you right now because it's too creepy for me to consider. We're just going to pretend that never happened. And it's gone. Hey, there's a Dragoon here. My purpose is to reconnoiter Garlean activity alongside Abelathia's spine. Owing to this, I have the honor of being acquainted with Ishtola. Now, report to the Okay, our man stationed at the entrance is there. Yep, let's go! There's another dungeon we're not doing right now. There's a lot of dungeons we're not doing right now. You stand before the Zemil? You stand before Bob Darkhold, the subterranean fortress excavated by the great Ishgardian house of the same name. Yeah, that's cool. Here's my letter. Ah, you've come from the Imperial airship. According to our scouts, the vessel had scarcely touched the ground when a pair of men, captives by all accounts, burst forth and bolted. Imperial soldiers have been seeking to capture them. So, the emergency landing suggested they're near the Aurum Vale. Cool. It's okay, we're not actually doing the Aurum Vale right now. We will do it, though. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. By the way, notice how this is literally just a quest that leads you to the beginning of several dungeons, but doesn't actually take you into those dungeons. It's kind of funny the way that works. But either way, we continue to follow our friends and ignore these optional dungeons for now. Not to my knowledge, Loke, no. No, I agree. This is actually... You'll notice the game's starting to get weirdly better designed than worse. Which is strange, but actually makes sense if you consider that by this point in development, more of their effort was focused on this game and not also FF11 or F14 1.0. And they were getting more experienced with making good game. I don't know how else to put that. I'm ready, Rax. Okay, first thing. Kill him until he dies. Okay, we're done. Sorry. I know a lot of mechanics in this game, because I've done most of this stuff at level. I couldn't even tell you Cape Westwind's actual mechanics right now off the top of my head. I can tell you more Crystal Tower mechanics than I could freaking Westwind. But yeah, exactly, Blade Turbo. And it shows. It really does show as it kind of improves inch by inch as you progress through the game. Hi, Wedge. I don't know if we'll hit Westwind today. First, we gotta save Wedge. Hey, Wedge. Ah, please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as succulent as I look. It's all skin and bones, I swear. Oh, thank goodness. It's been awful. The Garleans were snapping at our heels like a hungry pack of wolves. I was so hell's-bent on evading them, I almost ran headlong into a monster's gaping mouth thrice. When I finally found cover, it hit me how cold and hungry I was. Wedge, we have warmth and food. Please come with us. Once we rescue Biggs. Yep, we found Wedge. We haven't found Biggs. Pray a return to the waking sands. Got it. Head to the tower. Did he really play Turfall? That's funny. It's okay, Wedge. It's okay. So I suppose I should mention that I don't actually know with total certainty that Livia and Gaius are engaged in a sexual and/or romantic relationship. I have always assumed it so, not just because of her, which is obvious, but because of that line we just saw. My quarters, 1 hour. But I actually just bothered to look it up, and apparently it's never officially confirmed, so you can presume whatever you want with that. She definitely does crush on him. And by crush, I mean psychopath crush, but, you know, that's whatever. So, hi, I'm looking for Biggs. Your companion has got a chill. Come warm yourself by the fire. Yeah, seriously, Wedge, we got you. I like to think I'm literally carrying Wedge around on my shoulders. Sure, Loke. Whatever helps you sleep at night. You know, I'm not going to argue it, because there's no evidence one way or the other. There's no official confirmation, sorry, one way or the other. Yes, I'm going to look for Biggs, don't worry. God. Yeah, she's a yandere hard. It's pretty bad. Now, that being said, if I was writing this, I would also make it so there's no thing between them. She obviously wants there to be a thing between him. I'm fine with that staying there. It actually makes a fairly good amount of sense for her to crush on someone who lifted her up from poverty as an adopted orphan and took care of her and just blah, blah, blah. Right? It's all the things that would make someone crush, right? Duh, basically. It would actually be weirder if she didn't crush on him. But what I would do, if I was writing this, if I would say it, is I would say that he's doing something... How do I phrase this? Intimate without sexuality. So let's say, for example, private lessons, you know? Maybe private combat lessons kind of a thing, or maybe, you know, this is me teaching you about my plans for the future, or whatever. You need to be the one to succeed me. That kind of a thing, right? A big trust thing, but not what she wants it to be. Sense, mate? Yeah, exactly. Pillars of Snow. We're still looking for Biggs, by the way. Yeah. Like, he wants to feel like a parent, because he isn't a parent. And he does have all his kids. We'll meet several of them much later. And kill them. So... that would be my take if I were designing it. Now, what is my analysis from a lore runner perspective? I think what happened is they designed Livia to be his lover. And then, much later, they decided to flesh out Gaius and his past and his backstory, and kind of realized that Livia was a part of that, and so they were like, yeah, she's part of that too. In other words, I think they originally planned for them to be lovers, and then effectively retconned their way out of that. Your friend is lost. Yes. Yep. Do not tread warily on the stairs. Okay. Thanks for the warning. Well, I won't break my... Oh, God! No! Ugh. I didn't need those. Oof. I've actually already talked about this with regards to Magister's question. Gaius is the Supreme Commander of the 14th Legion, the only Legion currently in Eorzea, it should be mentioned. Something to keep in mind. Orders will take you back, dead or alive. Which will it be, engineer? Why don't you come and find out, Tinhead? Ah, Laura, it's well that you're here. The situation is grave. Yeah, can I just go help them? Like now? Like now? Now? He will perish if we delay. Let us talk extensively about going and helping them. Hi! What's funny is I am also hopping, because I'm a monk. See? Hop, hop, hop. It's a hop-off! Oh hey, I have this ability at this level now. I have all 3 of my AoEs at this level. Nice. As I say, I know the 6th is an Azislaw, which is actually pretty easy to remember, for reasons we'll discuss when we get there. Yes, I'm a hoplite. Excuse me. That's a terrible joke and you should feel bad. God, it's almost weird getting more and more abilities as we go here. Yeah, the 12th... We won't be talking about the 12th until Stormblood, I believe. For the first time that comes up. But it will come up. Time to monk it up. Oh, is 12th Xenos's? Xenos's? Why is the 4th the FF12 reference? Whatever. I don't remember most of the numbers. I only remember 14th and 6th. And 7th. Because the 7th got nuked! It's okay, it's not like the Doma area actually has the Doman theme from FF6 or anything like that. What quest am I on? No, we're not going to hit Cape Westwood today. There's no way. We still have to do the whole get the Imperials and infiltrate the Imperials quests, which I remember being really irritating back in the day. I don't know if they are this time. It's okay, Wedge. We saved pigs. Yep. You're welcome, Wedge. It's okay. I don't mind this filler quest because it's saving you too. I owe the lot of you in my life. And Wedge is just sobbing because of how happy he is here. I'm losing count of how many times I owe you. I keep a tab. Sid is quite happy to see them, of course. Wedge is back to crying. Biggs is crying now. So, the enemy struck with area warning. We didn't stand a chance. Wedge and I were in the workshop. Before we knew what was happening, the Imperials had us at gunpoint. It's been awful, but how did the Garleans get there so fast? The Immortal Flame should have seen them coming, right? Yeah, I've been asking myself the same question. That day when I returned to the Carnage, I noted a naught amiss in Horizon. Nothing at all to suggest the passing of an Imperial force. From this, I conclude they came neither by land nor air. Nay, they were born by teleportation magics. The kind used by the Ascians. Carry on. We were bound and blindfolded and bundled into the cargo bay of a waiting airship. I can't say how long we were aboard, but when the time came for us to disembark, we found ourselves in the midst of an Imperial stronghold. Castrum Sentry. I see. Ida's like, huh? What happens next? Well, we were held in isolation for what felt like years, but was probably moons, or maybe weeks. But without warning, the Imperials collected the pair of us, put us on another vessel, which was bound for Garlemald. We knew if we were taken back there, we weren't like to leave again. So, risky though it was, we sabotaged the ship's altitude control and thereby forced an emergency landing. Yeah, that's my reaction. Couldn't anybody there call it a likely story, sabotaging the altitude controls of an airborne vessel? That'll have been Biggs' handiwork like as not. Well, you know. We almost got tortured to death. Very FF5 here. Thank you for returning my dear assistance to me. It seems I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. I keep a tab. Yes, we need to go rescue people. Garland Ironworks is back in business. So, I remember the first time going through this, I was always confused, because Garland Ironworks, they treat it like it's actually a large-scale manufactory and just a private organization, which is just these three. It's just kind of weird, because it kind of develops mostly off-camera. Alright. We must rescue Minfilia and the others. Let's go to Revenant Toll. Which, unfortunately, for reasons I will never understand, is way the ass down here at the bottom of the list. Someone explain that one to me. But yes, welcome to the much better headquarters. Someone asked about this. I think it was Spartan? There is the Crystal Tower. If you look, you can actually see the labyrinth around it at its base. I don't know what that is, but Ignore that. But yeah, it's a thing. Sometimes it looks absolutely terrible because of the fog effects. I'm kind of glad it's not like that right now. Ignore these characters. These aren't here. And where is she? Yep, there's another one. I was gonna say there's also her over here. She might look familiar to people who have done that particular quest chain. There's also, hang on, while we're here, let's do a little bit of a tour. While we're here, we've also got this woman who I never want to talk to again. Ever. Oriana, aka the Token Vendor. And my favorite part of the game, which I believe is right about here-ish. Somewhere, one of these tables. I forget which. I think it's that table. But anyways. But yes, this is the ARR endgame hub. A lot of class quests go through here. Several raid quests go through here. And pretty much all the MSQ goes through here as recently as Shadowbringers. Not sure past that. I'm still in Shadowbringers. Well met. What brings you to Revenant's Toll? Yeah, that's the one, Pillars of Snow. Did I hear rightly? Your friends are captive at Castrum Sentry and you want to rescue them. I don't mean to discourage you, but that might prove difficult. The stronghold has been on high alert of late, with armored patrols seen around the perimeter. Not even a fly could get 100 yalms within the walls undetected. Can I just go and fight my way in? Please? Please? Well, I have a mind to walk through the front door. Huh? We'll disguise ourselves as Imperials. We'll need Imperial suits of uniform, and a suit of magical armor, and impeccable timing. That's an interesting plan, Sid. Alright, so. There's a person who can help you with that. Okay. Well, let's go. Are there any times when you're not enthused, Ida? Yes. Yes, there are. Whenever she's home. Sorry. Hey, yeah. I like that line. I'm sorry, I should read that one out loud. Eh, you're looking to get inside Castrum Sentry? And you need my help? Something tells me we're gonna get along just fine. So you have friends at Castrum Sentry that want for rescue. That Slathborn knows me too well. Ah, you can count my help. I got a score to settle with the Imperials, and I never pass on an opportunity to get back at them. So let's talk strategy. Rescuing folk over from captivity is a right delicate business. A single oversight, just one blunder and it's all over. You can't leave room for uncertainty. For starters, you need to think, confirm beyond the shadow of a doubt that your friends are where you think you are. So, if you approach Sentry from the east, you'll see a swampland with marbles. Go there, go to the drainage pipe, listen in, and get a cutscene. I can do that. I'm also getting flashbacks for the Ixal dailies, which also go to this zone. Ignore that. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing's wrong with that. Ignore it. Everything's cool here. I love how the crystals get a little bit more, or I guess less dense the further away you get from it. Anyways. Oh, I know. One of the Ifrit quests is actually one of my favorites. I can never think of the name of it, but it is hysterical. Ah! Startled me. If it bleeds, we can kill it. That's the one. If it bleeds, we can kill it. The faint sound of conversation echoes down the pipe. What of the captive? Does she still refuse to speak? She may as well be a deaf mute for all the information we've gotten out of her. The others aren't much better. The Elizon gets on my nerves most of all. Every time he opens his mouth, it's only to spout gibberish. I do wonder, why is the Tribunus so obsessed with this Minfilia woman? They say she possesses mystical power, something we Garleans don't have. What, like the Beastmen? How am I supposed to bloody know? If you're so curious, ask the Tribunus yourself. As well try to tumble her. I like my head where it is, thank you very much. Our break's over, let's get back to our stations. You got it. 3 pluses to story and gameplay. For puns. Here, hang on, what else we got here? Let's see. Quake me up before you Ogomoro. If it ain't broke is the name of a quest. Sir, dost thou even heft is a levy quest. There's also a quest called Bareback Riding. Bear, B-A-R. There's also Ermagerd. I think we actually pointed him out earlier. So, Nymphilia and the others are indeed there. So, presence confirmed. We proceed with the mission. Okay. Good work. The gist is unchanged. We disguise, we infiltrate. I'll get the armor, or rather, he'll get the mech armor, he'll get the armor. See you around, Ross. So, we need to do some preparations. It wouldn't do if the Imperials were to discover they're short in armor. To prevent this from happening, there's going to be a makeshift communications jamming device. The explanation's going to get a little technical, so bear with me. Imperial forces communicate at distance via electromagnetic waves. Voices are born upon etheric lightning energy that permeates the air. Now, the hill-sized cluster of corrupted crystals to the west has been observed to amplify the selfsame energy. By making use of this property, we can drown out Imperial voices. To ensure we have enough amplification, we must identify the most potent clusters. So go there and use this thing. Sure thing. Oh, for God's sake. Go away. Ah! There's a fate called... I'm going to pronounce this incredibly wrong. Sphenopalatine ganglioneuralgia. And you're probably thinking, what? Well, you're fighting sorbets. Sphenopalatine ganglioneuralgia is actually the scientific term for an ice cream headache. There's a quest named All Dogs Go to Hell. Let's see here. There's the other one. I'm staring. Oh, it's up, isn't it? Right. I remember this one. There's also, of course, it's probably pirates. It's definitely pirates. And it's probably not pirates. All three of which have to do with Sastasha to some extent or another. There's also a fate called Sharknado, which is exactly what it sounds like. There's a fate boss called Cancer. It's a big crab. If you kill it, you get the achievement Full Remission. we got our armor. Oh yeah, there's also It's Not Lufus. I forgot about that one. The plans is it does. Yep. Okay, so got it. I need to learn an emote that I actually already own. Although that reminds me, where's my emotes? Because I'm gonna need to pull that out. Emotes. There it is. General? Special, maybe? There it is, Imperial Salute. Pull that out here. And I think that's all I need for the moment. I will eventually need Eastern Bow and probably Lolly Ho, but we'll get there when we get there. I'm amazed things can live through one hit of my attacks at this point. I really am. In the Hinterlands, there's a quest called Metal Gear Rising. After that's Metal Gear Revengeance and Metal Gear Revengeance 2. When we get the quest to go to Karn, Heroic, the quest is called the Wrath of Karn. Oh yeah, Fear and Odin and the Shroud. Shroud, that's another one. I should probably actually see what things we have here. Okay, so Von Falkenstein asks hours ago, will you demote Archer for a part or whole of the season as you mused in early ruminations? I don't want to spoil, and that's the answer I'm going to give to that. Baron asks, what is the first video game you ever played, and when did you play it? Pac-Man, on my dad's lap, at a pizza joint. I could describe it to you visually. I could actually describe the pizza joint. It was a little hole-in-the-wall kind of a place, a local place. Arcades were on the left, and it was the table kinds where you sat down and there was the table, and then it was actually built into it as a recession. Over here on the right was the actual, like, bar thing, and that's where the people come out and get your pizza, and I used to play it there with Dad. And that was the first video game I ever played. Yeah, okay. I now have the Imperial Salute. You are called Lore Runner, yes? Indeed I am. Yep. We need to get outfits. In other words, we need to kill Imperials. Okay. Loke asks, do you think an adult dragon ogre like Kolek Suneater's father would be dropped into this? How bad would that be? I gotta actually Google this. Kolek Suneater. Among the oldest of the dragon ogres. Oh! Dragon ogres are a thing. I don't know what a dragon ogre is. Until about 5 seconds ago when I just Googled it. That being said, it's Warhammer. So that's probably terrible. Really? How are you living? Stop living. Can you get our... Oh, I already answered that. One Winged Angel asked, have you reviewed the Nier Alliance raids? Partially. We have reviewed the first 2? Pretty sure. Because we fought... And we fought... And I'm saying that as vaguely as I can to avoid spoilers, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Yep, we also did Ruby and Emerald. and Sapphire, right? The vehicle one? Okay, yeah. I'm just making sure I'm remembering correctly. I know that wasn't really a trial, but we did do that. Oh, we're done. Sorry, I just love killing these people so much. Yeah, let's just do this a little faster. Did I like the collab? So, story-wise, no. Gameplay-wise, absolutely. They're still well-designed raids. And they got some great music. But, narratively, it's just junk. Now, I haven't finished them, because, you know, there's one that wasn't out yet when I was doing that. So we'll see where it goes. Okay, has armor. Yeah, I actually have the factory song here. What's it called? Hang on. I have it in my I just feel like listening to weird music every now and again playlist. There it is. Copied Factory. Weight of the World. You know, this one. So anyways, I won't bore you with that, but... So, I need you to tailor these for me. I mean, I actually know the lore of Nier and Drakengard, but I'm also not a fan of the lore of Drakengard and Nier, so... You know, that's a great assault on that one. Aw. Do you know he's the son of one of the wealthiest families in the Sultanate? Wouldn't expect someone like that to end up in the life he did, but I suppose he always felt the adventure life calling him. But, hey, let me fix you up here. Oh, thanks. Did I ever play, encounter, or fight Sun Eater in World... Well, no, I didn't even know who Sun Eater was until I looked it up. And there we have it. Thank you. Continue music or riot. Never! Never! Yeah, so... When we get there, some of you have probably already noticed this on the review document. If you scroll way down... There actually are already notes for Shadowbringers down there. Spoilers, obviously. Now, if you check under the negative section, there are some negatives being jotted down for several things. Some of them are still being debated. Some of them are kind of codified. Hang on a second. Not all of the notes are there. I have the other notes on another document entirely, just to kind of refresh myself a little bit. We'll get there when we get there. Moving on. So, yes, they're repaired. They're tailored. We have outfits. We have things. Oh, yeah, sorry. I actually want to read this one out loud. I've already mentioned this, but this is the first time they really talk about this in character. Thus equipped, you should not have any trouble blending in amongst Imperial forces. Lest you fear the Garleans might detect your foreignness, foreigners, in fact, form the greater part of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea. You see, when the Empire subjugates a new territory, it assimilates the people of that land into its armed forces. In turn, these conscripted forces are sent to subjugate faraway lands. In this way, Garlemald nips rebellion in the bud and expands its territory in one fell stroke. With that, my part in your mission is done. Why would I, a wealthy merchant, help you? I know not whether you heard such a tale, where you heard such a tale, but believe me when I say I am but another humble adventurer who only wishes to act in interest of the realm. Sure. Alright, now we gotta get a suit of Magitech armor. That's gonna be hard. We need to get a Reaper. Now, Reapers are the ugly ones, not the one I'm using. I'm using a Predator. We gotta salute. Call for attention. Kill Brigwin. Wait, that's not Brigwin. That's Brigwin. We have to kill Zira for pretending to be Brigwin. Alright, Zira. It's all over for you. Will individual songs be eligible for positive? So that's actually a good question. And truth be told, I've never 100% decided the answer to that question. I can conceive of a concept wherein a single song qualifies as a positive. and a negative by itself. But I suppose the requirements for that would have to be incredibly stringent. That being said, I think several FFs would qualify on that axis, so I suppose we'll see when we get there. Certainly not an ARR. Now, before we chop off, I'm going to update the HUD really quick here. Tomorrow, we will be smashing through the rest of it. We're actually doing it at a pretty good pace here. Fool Me Twice is... where is it? It's right there, yep. This is just before. We've got 3 more quests to smash through. Oh my god, Brightwind's dead! Before we hit the Cape Westwind, and then 2 relatively short quests before we hit the MSQQ. So we will be doing the end of the MSQ, 2.0 tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual. Now, really quick, like I said, let's update the HUD. Story pluses have blossomed up to 19 at the moment. 6, 7, 8, 9. Story negatives have blossomed up to 8. Gameplay positives have pushed up to 31. And gameplay negatives have pushed their way up to 27. This is... Anyways, I do hope to see at least some of you tomorrow, and I hope we get 8 people to be able to do a full prefab of the MSQQ. So, see you there.